Okay. Can archive people hear this?
Archive people can now hear this. That's going to be the first thing that archive people hear.
Ooh, hello, people in the future.
It's
Hello, future people. How is it?
How is the future treating you today? Is it still raining?
How's the new Tesla bot? Is it good?
oh, okay.
Future?
You know, I'd love to see you draw like a horror take on the Tesla bot. What the hell? Hang on, the call is still. You know, it's not worth worrying about now. But the call isn't in alphabetical order now.
Oh no.
So, for
What
people,
order is what order is it in? I can't see
well,
anything.
the
Where am
call
I?
now knows that the sketchbook account is called Zingy, but it's not. It's not put that account last in the call. Everyone else is in alphabetical order, but
Oh,
it's
who,
not put that
oh, who,
account. Yeah, I'm
who
not
cares?
concerned.
I'll make my presence known.
But yeah, you're currently hidden under my face cam.
Sorry, Stu.
Which, to be fair, I could just move, but that would mean turning off the little border that I've got for it, and I'm not ready to do that. I'm sorry.
I'll just make knob jokes occasionally to remind everyone I'm still here.
But just to making sure that I've actually got all the stream set up correctly because I am a professional.
I mean, if you are a YouTuber, you literally have to say every 5 minutes, why not subscribe to my YouTube channel and like the video, etc., etc.
Exactly. Right, that's should all be good, and we should be streaming now. That's I'm
With streaming,
we
can
we
people see me?
people can't see you because you're behind my face.
Well, can people hear me at the very least? Oh, I
Hopefully.
see it on the channel now. I see the Barrel's Trek logo and yellow text.
What the hell? I changed the thumbnail. I promise.
Oh dear.
Maybe I forgot. I've changed it now. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna end the stream real quick and then start it again because I am a professional.
That's probably a good idea. Oh, should I have not tweeted just then?
You know what? It's my
Well,
massive error. So
68 people are watching this. We shouldn't let them down with it. Okay,
well,
okay,
they
if this
can.
is going to be like a 60-second stream, then
This is well, I've already ended the stream, but
hello, people.
this is all still in the archive. So people will be able to see my floundering, but not yet. All right, I'm gonna start the stream again.
Enjoy Jay's pain, archive people. It'll be a lot of fun.
You know what? If it doesn't work this time, then oh well.
Oh well, who cares? There, I've done the tweet.
Sam, I hope
Please
you're having
sing this
a
through.
great first impression of what it's like to stream with me.
It's brilliant. It's lovely.
Well, we kind of made that clear over the course of these streams that these aren't exactly going to be the most technically proficient. I mean, you can hear me going for a piss halfway through the Timeless Children one.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've made a lot of mistakes over our.
I mean, in my defence, I am pretty sure I had COVID when I did that, and I was delirious. So everyone has to feel sorry for me when they listen to me going for a piss in the middle of the stream.
You know, I feel, Stuart, that you're allowed to pee even if you don't have COVID. You're allowed to pee. I'm
I think
generous.
people are allowed pee rights.
Yeah.
It's a human right.
Well, yeah,
You
well,
have to
yeah,
pee.
well, yeah, yeah. I know, but it's not exactly very professional to like be able to hear one of the streamers going for a pee in the middle of it.
Well, don't bring the mic in.
I don't understand why because I had to transfer to my phone because my computer was falling to pieces, and then for some reason I just brought the phone with me, and I have no idea why.
Alright, I need to make sure that it's public. That's that because we were just streaming for a sec there privately.
Yeah, because it just vanished off the screen, and I didn't know what was going on.
So third time's the charm. Hopefully this time we've got a
Is it the same?
proficient stream.
Is it the same URL?
No, it won't be the same URL, I don't think.
Or is it a different one? Okay, I'll delete whatever I just tweeted then.
So
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
it's fine. We're having a good time. It's about the journey.
You're smart people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's the journey. That's right.
I like to think that this is just
There
proof
we
that
go.
people aren't watching my videos just because they're so polished, you know? That that couldn't possibly be the case just because they're not polished. Sometimes I stream with the wrong thumbnail and go, oops, fuck, and then delete the stream and then start again. I've used a piece of your art for the thumbnail, by the way. I didn't ask, but I was so hoping.
Oh, which one?
I used the.
Why don't you ask now and get the get the right site?
No. My answer is no to everything. Which one do you use?
I used the one I've got a printout of, actually. The one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, awesome.
Take Jay to court and see if we can get a lawsuit. See if we can get from the start of a lawsuit to the end of it over the course of one stream.
Let's do that. Let's do exactly that. That would be a lot of fun. Let's sue Jay.
Give Stu money, sue Jay. Those are the memes.
That's never happened before. Has anyone streamed the entire process of getting from the start of a court case to the end of one in one stream?
There's probably laws against that.
No, I'm not sure
yeah.
you're allowed to, unless you're streaming just like outside the courtroom or whatever, and you like keep going there with like, hey, just got back from the courtroom. I'm now out of the courtroom. Then I guess that's probably allowed, but I don't think you're allowed to stream the inside of the courtroom.
Oh, we've got a new meme in the chat. It just says yellow text in block capitals.
No one saw that, all right? No one witnessed that event.
The internet always remembers.
Hello, chat. Hello, people who have decided to watch this stream. You poor souls. So I'm here with Stu again
You
today.
are now ours.
Remember, some of you in the stream may remember that a year ago we did a couple of writing streams where we talked about what we would do in the crazy timeline event where we were the showrunners of Doctor Who. Oh, thanks, Sam, for putting that on the.
There we go.
What are you talking about? Crazy timeline event? It's going to happen.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, tomorrow when we're announced as showrunners instead of Russell T Davies, which I'm sure would go down brilliantly with everyone. This is what we're going to do with the show. And considering that next stream that we actually write more of that, I'm going to be pitching a 60th anniversary special. We've got 3 seasons to make now. That would mean we have 3 seasons to make before 2023, or before the end of 2023.
Okay.
So expect a lot of Doctor Who content. But today we're
It's doable. I know I go with the camera.
Today we're also joined by Sam.
Hello.
Who
I draw things.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
So today we're going to be talking about the aesthetics and the visual design of
Sorry, I just have to interrupt because someone in the chat just said Jay is Balstrek confirmed.
Why?
Sorry, I just had to draw attention to that because it's a law.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about the visual design of our things, and potentially just visual design of other Doctor Who things, or fucking anything. We don't have rules here. We have the YouTube TOS rules, and that's broadly speaking it. So, try not to violate TOS, and other than that, you're good.
So I can't draw nudity.
I'm pretty sure that in the middle of one of our streams at one point, I just started reading out the YouTube terms of service because I couldn't think of anything to say while you were going out to the toilet.
You did, I remember that.
I imagine that is what you do, because I imagine as well, just before I left, I would have said, don't violate TOS while I'm gone.
One day I'm going to release an audiobook which is just me reading the YouTube terms of service.
I mean, you know what? That would probably make them more consumable, because I'm fairly sure that a lot of people on YouTube haven't actually read them. But do like to cite them a lot.
What are you talking about? Everyone spends at least 8 hours going over them with a fine tooth comb, and that's why there's never been any issues with anything that anyone has ever put on YouTube ever.
Well, I'm sure they're held up very consistently and never. And it's not like a wild stab in the dark whether or not you actually get penalised for violating them.
Balstrek is the Rani.
Is it Balstrek or is it blow? I always read it as Blowstreak. That sounds rude.
That does sound rude, but I'm pretty sure it is Balstrek and not Blowstreak.
Okay.
I think it might be Balls
I
Trick
probably,
actually.
I probably shouldn't keep drawing attention to people saying that because my rule is not to talk about other YouTubers ever because it's not worth it.
That's fair. I feel like you've not actually said anything about him that could anger him.
Yeah, I've just said
Probably,
I've just said the word, I suppose. But yeah, as I said, never
if you
start
speak his
YouTube drama
name,
at all ever because it's not worth it.
if you speak his name, he will arrive.
Possibly.
In the
Any,
chat.
anyway, we should talk. Anyway, we should talk about whatever we're supposed to be talking about. So
Why?
someone else put me back on track instead of me just rambling for 50 minutes.
I mean, I think Sam, the first thing that we could do to start this fun thing should be to you just show us what you've already got because you've already got some brilliant stuff.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I re-listened to the past two full series streams, and I had some ideas.
You're the only person here who's done that.
I I was pretty interested in the idea of the whole ancient Sontaran thing. So I did this quick little sketch here, little half-hour sketch, which is sort of based off of Roman and Viking helmet design and that sort of aesthetic. I don't know if that's what you two had in mind, but
That's fucking awesome. Broadly, I mean, like when I was picturing it in my head, I was picturing more of a European, just you know, your quintessential knights inspired thing. But you like this is absolutely on the money for the kind of thing, you know.
yeah. Well, I was sort of thinking.
I do love that it's got the eyes that we'll later be seeing on the actual like space age Sontaran helmets. Like,
Well, I was sort of thinking about like what a Sontaran's like, and I guess they're kind of like you know, either the Romans or the Vikings, and so I like the idea of them having multiple different gods and different deities, and then perhaps the reason why these particular faction of Sontarans invade other ones is because they follow one of like a more warlike deity to the other factions on the planet, and maybe they're from like the north where it's all snowy and harsh, and I quite like the idea of them wearing like lots of like thick fur and stuff, and I just think that looks cool.
I'm definitely on board with all of that. I mean, I think we did in the stream compare. Essentially, we were talking about this Sontar being a city in this, which would have been. And I think our point of comparison for what that would be like is essentially we compared it to Rome. And you know what? The Sontarans are beautiful there. Look at them. Look at them, chat. Look at that. Look at that ancient Sontaran, isn't it? Isn't he gorgeous?
And he's got the little logo on the longboat ship behind.
Oh, that logo! I completely forgot about that because they never use it in the show anymore.
Do they not? Have they changed it?
I don't think I've seen it in. I don't think it's in New Who at all. I'm not sure
That's
though.
a shame. That's a shame. It's a nice logo, and it looks like a ship. It's a ship on a ship.
It does look like a ship. It looks like a little paper boat.
Yeah.
Stu, you're right there.
Should I?
Well, yeah, because we've never actually seen much of like Sontaran culture in the show. Like the only thing that I can think of really is that weird chant they do at the end of Sontaran Stratagem.
Yeah, and that was a bit catchphrasy.
Bit corny.
Yeah.
Oh, that was.
Yeah.
We need to give every
Yeah.
villain a catchphrase era of Doctor Who.
I think it's better than delete, but
That is true. Oh god, yeah. So did you know that the Russell era is completely above criticism in every way, shape, and form?
Hey! We can criticize the catchphrases, but I mean, what is our criticism going to be?
Just that's my point. Now that Russell is coming back, it's like, oh my god, the deity is back, so therefore the show will instantly be good again. Fuck it. I shouldn't be airing any opinions on that until I've got the video out. That was the promise that I made to Twitter.
I mean, I'd much rather take some corny catchphrases and stuff over what we have currently.
I mean, I like the idea of like the Sontarans being this sort of Viking clan like people and having this maybe turning this Sontar thing into into like a sort of Viking chant thing.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I think
like
that's the kind of thing they
imagine
were
if
going
it,
for. But sorry, go on.
like imagine if that was in like a coliseum sort of arena, and everybody was chanting that, and they had like two they like the Romans did when they went and they kidnapped people from outer districts, outer countries, and brought them in as gladiators to fight. I think that works with the Sontarans, like culturally.
I
That's
do
totally
think that
something they would
works,
do.
but I do want to be cautious of not just lifting the culture of ancient Rome
Yeah,
and slamming it here.
yeah.
I do want people to be able to. I think as well,
Yeah.
if I were to suggest any changes to this visual design, it would probably just be the red because that does scream Rome to me. It will
Sure.
probably
I
just
mean,
be,
that's
I think probably either blue or black because those are the existing Sontaran colors. But we don't have to go for like an existing Sontaran armor
no,
color.
no. I mean that's. I mean, none of the colors I really draw with are that realistic. You know, I'm the person who does pink Cyberman.
And
So,
that gorgeous pink Cyberman.
thank you. Should I talk about the cyber controller?
Yes.
My thoughts. Right. So, cyber controllers in the past. The problem with that design is really it's the necessity. So, the people in the props workshop, whatever, they can't afford to completely build a new design from the ground up, so they just add a brain on an existing one or whatever. But in this world, I think it's fair to say we have unlimited power.
I mean, we
And if we
generally
wanted
have
to,
been thinking in terms of budget. But I don't think that this design right now is beyond what the BBC or any other. I believe this is
yeah.
entirely practical as a design at the moment.
So basically, I was thinking about if somebody was to be converted into a Cyberman, but their role was just to command and to control, how would that make their physicality differ from the typical warfaring variants? And so obviously it's a lot more slender. I kind of want it to make it seem sort of angelic and ethereal, and it's got quite a human-looking face, but its eyes are shut, and it's still got a tear. And instead of the big dome that I think the first controller had, instead it's got kind of like a halo, which is
Yeah, I
still
do like that.
reminiscent of the handlebar design, which I'm quite happy with.
I also I can envision just like a whole room of these guys sitting on like a council.
Yeah,
And
Don't you mean the committee?
yes, the committee. That's my favorite of all time.
Exactly.
Cyberman voice, by the way, is the committee voice. Well, except possibly
It's a great
David
voice.
Banks.
Dr. Man Allen.
Well, that's Spare Parts, isn't it? Oh no, that
Yeah,
well, yeah.
well,
The committee is from Spare
well, yeah, of
Parts. I'm
course.
very smart.
Well, yeah, of course I'm doing it. Of course I'm doing the spare
Yeah,
parts
but
then.
isn't the committee also didn't that become the cyber planner? Am I right?
I'm not sure.
I haven't listened to it in ages. I should
I
listen to it
think
again.
that's what I took away from it anyway. I don't think it was explicitly said, but I think that was the inference. It took upon the same role. Oh, whatever.
Anyway, I mean, like, unless anyone has any strong feelings of their own of where we should begin, I think our Doctor is probably the natural place, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe just talk about the general aesthetic first, which won't take long. Like in terms of Moffat's first era was very sort of fairy tale based. I mean, what do you want to be your just general?
Well, our first episode is about lockdown, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I think, like,
Oh yeah, which Jay, I probably should share this with you actually. I wrote a short story which is kind of loosely based on our lockdown.
I think you told me about this already.
Yeah, I'll probably share it with you. I haven't found anywhere to publish it, so it's probably best to just share. Is it best to share it with you? Hang on, it's on my drive. I'll send you a link. I don't mind if you share it with people. Yeah, I basically wrote a short story kind of with the framework that we had in mind, just without the Doctor in it.
Awesome. I will take my eyes and I will bring them over that document and I will absorb the information held within.
Hang on. Yeah, because I haven't shared it with anyone. Hang on. Where the fucking...
Looks like the Cyberman from the Dark Dimension.
Oh yeah.
It does. It looks like you know
Xenomorph.
the ethereal version.
Yeah, well, it's kind of based off like those pipes there are meant to look kind of like a rib cage, and so
Yeah.
it's kind of based off Alien, that sort of biomechanical. Where does the machine start, and the sort of the more organic components begin. Yeah, like you said, ethereal. That's the.
It's not just someone in a cyber suit with the...
Exactly.
I'm
like...
just appreciating the Cyberman head icon on the throne.
Yeah, it's very simple.
I like the idea that isn't a representation like of broadly speaking what it looks like. It literally looks exactly like that when it's in context. So you've got the one eye
Yes.
bigger than the other eye on. You've got this drawing on all of the Cybermen walls as their icon. But in terms of overall aesthetic, I think, and Stuart, I mean, like, feel free to let me know if you think I'm wrong here. But I think it feels fairly natural that we go for a pretty, as a default, a broadly updated 80s horror aesthetic, right?
Yeah, that probably makes the most amount of sense with the ideas that we came up with.
Because our
Especially...
series is more grim and horrible.
Yeah, a lot of it's grim and horrible. Well, then again, we got some lighter and upbeat things. Like Tomorrow's World and Happy Time are very light and upbeat.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the whole point of Happy Time is that it's a juxtaposition between light and fluffy bunnies and the horrible things they do.
There it is.
I mean, that one's holding 7 heads.
I like that one. True. That is quite like very 80s horror type.
But
Yeah.
What? Sorry, just we should probably go through this in order, shouldn't we? Yeah, like starting out with lockdown.
I feel like we're probably not going to draw everything, get to everything. I mean, we've not got a natural ending point for the stream, by the way. So I feel like we'll probably just go until one of us decides they want to stop.
Until my hand hurts.
But I feel like we're probably not going to get to everything, so we should pick out the things that are most important to us first, rather than just going through one by one each episode.
Okay.
So
well,
we sort of decided on a sort of an 80s based updated kind of horror. I mean,
Yeah.
the style I've always wanted to do is sort of a mix between sort of occult, gothic-y imagery, mixed with quite harsh analog cyberpunk, like lots of like clicky buttons and big chunky metal bits.
I do vibe with
Yeah,
all of that stuff.
that picture is giving me very strong Edward Scissorhands vibes.
Which one?
The one that we're looking at right now.
Hang
Hang on. Am I behind? I've got the. Am I behind? I've got the stream on YouTube.
Stuart, you've got the you're in the Discord call. You can watch the.
Oh, that's a point. Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
But for example, I think.
All right, let's start on that picture of the Doctor.
I mean, I think it makes sense to talk like vaguely what we think each individual thing should look like, and an overall. In the same way that we, when we were first writing this stuff, we spoke about just individual episodes, and over time, a general thematic through line of the tone that they generally have started to form naturally. So I think it does make sense to handle the visuals in the same way.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, go for it.
New canvas.
So, I guess we'll do our Doctor first. Do either of you have any strong opinions about how he should look or what he should wear?
There is one element that no matter what Doctor is cast, I've always wanted to see a character in it, and it's this not huge, but this quite battered blue pirate style coat, and then just sort of regularish clothes.
I really do.
And I don't know why, but That just vibes with me.
I mean, I've seen your draw. I do really like the coat. The thing that I personally think is a bit far for at least this incarnation, who I think is going to be a bit more reserved, is the shoulder pads are a bit are a bit zany for him, I think. But other than that, I am a big fan of the pirate coat. Although I'd love to see it in like a brown leather but yeah,
we can do that.
But one thing,
I did like that picture I saw of like sort of this battle scarred pirate like Doctor. I like the idea of a Doctor like getting the shit kicked out of him in some way.
Yeah,
that was one of the things that I liked a lot about Series 10, where like he's blind for several episodes.
Yeah, I mean, when we do that, we have in our first finale, we have him sustain serious injuries at a climactic moment in the story that leave him with scars for the rest of his tenure as the Doctor, and he is going to have those until he regenerates.
Yeah, I do really like that. I'd like his face to get fucked up in some way.
I mean, yeah, he's got facial scarring and hand scarring, is I think what we agreed on.
And speaking of that, that was another thing that I really enjoyed about Last of the Time Lords. Because like I know everyone hated that at the time, but I like just like the Doctor being changed into an old man. I like the idea of a Doctor looking physically fucked up in some way.
Yeah, and he's going to be left with a permanent reminder on his face of what happened.
Yeah, and can we leave him with a limp as well?
We could give him a cane.
I can try and draw a limp.
Yeah, give him a cane.
Cane.
Give him a cane. That's a good idea.
Yeah, what do we want on top of the cane? What do you think would work?
Oh, I mean, I was picturing more like just a simple sort of just.
Okay.
I don't know. I do want to sort of because the angle.
Well, if we're going for an 80s horror aesthetic, we have to have a question mark on the top of it, like the question mark on top of the umbrella.
I would like to voice a complaint.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to formally protest the question marks.
Yeah, I did say that jokingly, for the record.
Well, no,
Let the record show I said that jokingly.
The angle that I generally like to enhance or to what's the word? Whatever word. The angle that I generally like to go for in a Doctor costume is the man out of time look. So
yeah,
I mean, I'm personally
Give
I like
codpiece.
Personally, I vibe with the idea of sort of gentleman explorer who has slowly been who's sort of colonial era explorer who went out in his gentleman's suit and has been, but slowly over the time has been replacing aspects of it with just more practical outdoor wear. So just the kind of hiking boots that you would buy at like an outdoor shop with like a proper sort of, not specific to any era, but like a proper suit.
So something that wouldn't look too anachronistic.
Rob T Films says question mark tattoo
on his forehead. Yeah, let's do that.
Instead of the Leto Joker where it says damaged.
Should we give this Doctor facial tattoos?
I mean, like,
yeah.
I'm just,
I am joking for the record. That's way too far.
I feel like we're separately designing both our actual Doctor that we want to see and our shitpost Doctor.
What was that rapper that had that jewel stuck into his forehead? He did have his sonic screwdriver stuck in there. It looks horrid.
In terms of Sonics, by the way. In terms of I tend not to be in favor of redesigning things that worked fine before just because it's a new era and we want to redesign everything. That generally is something that I just go, it was fine as it was before, and just redesigning it, I feel, destroys a lot of the sense of continuity that we would otherwise have between eras. So, and again, always feel free to voice any protests, but I feel like the one best designed thing from the current previous era that I want to keep just to maintain a little bit of continuity from A to B is the 13th Doctor's sonic screwdriver, because I think that's a beautiful design.
Yes, I do, and I don't like the bottom half. I really like the top half.
Well, actually, you know
And I
what?
feel-
What we could do is we could write it so that it, we could just have it get damaged at some point in a story where we need him not to have it, and then he repairs it with a different bottom half later in the.
Yeah.
Because again, I also do like the idea of something evolving slowly over time. That's a beautiful coat, by the way.
That's exactly what I was picturing.
I am picturing it I'm picturing it in like a brown leather, but I do like it in the blue.
I can do both. I can just duplicate it and then we can see what they both look like. It's fine. Don't worry. Just coloring in.
I'd also like him to have, because I do want to emphasize the man at a time stuff. So I think as well as his suit, actually it's probably not going to show up in this drawing, but I would like to at least know in my mind that he's wearing like a bulky digital watch that's just like looks like it's been built to last more than anything.
Like a proper big old Casio. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that works because episode 2 is about tomorrow's world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that goes with the whole 80s aesthetic as well.
Yeah, totally.
But
Yeah,
just
I like that.
just so that you could tell he's not supposed to just be, all of these things that were added on. So he's not just like gentleman explorer from yesteryear.
He goes all over time and just sort of collects things and adds them to himself.
Yeah, I do want to have a bum bag with his suit. I do want him to be wearing a bum bag with a suit.
Like someone will go to Thailand and come back with some sort of shit friendship bracelet.
Yes. And facial tattoos.
Okay, we're definitely dropping the facial tattoos. I just said that for a laugh.
There was actually that really good bit of fan art actually of a variant of Peter Capaldi, and I think he had Gallifreyan facial tattoos, or maybe it was shaves into the side of his hair. It looked awesome.
I've seen that.
Work for.
I've seen the Peter Capaldi punk edit Doctor.
It's so cool.
But if any Doctor could pull off facial tattoos, it would be Capaldi.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I feel like Capaldi could pull off basically anything though, and he would look fantastic.
Yeah, he could. Do you think he could do Collins?
I think he would look fantastic in Colin's get up. Be fair, I'm of the controversial opinion that Colin looks fantastic in Colin's get up, but I still don't think they should have kept him in it.
It's the shirt. I don't mind the coat. I think the coat is actually.
No,
I could definitely see some people down Camden wearing that coat, but it's the shirt and the trousers that just.
And the orange and green footwear.
I haven't even clocked that.
Yeah, he's got. I think he's got orange. I think he's either got orange shoes with green like shoe protectors, or the other way around. But yeah, it's a sight.
And the little badges. Oh, what were they doing that for?
I like the little cat badge.
I don't know. I think maybe if it wasn't for the shirt, it's the shirt that puts me off it, really.
You want him not to be wearing a shirt? Is that what you're saying?
So basically, what we want is for him to be butt naked except for the boots
and the coat.
Yeah, and the coat.
We want him to
be a badge.
We want him to be a flasher.
Someone is really disappointed that, because I can see this in admin chat, but you guys can't see this watching the stream. Someone is really disappointed that they can't type Sonic Dildo into the chat because YouTube blocks it, and they've just been repeatedly trying to type Sonic Dildo.
Yeah, that's a question. That's a question I've just seen in the chat. How old would we say this Doctor is, like visually speaking?
Like
It's
you
Alan
mean?
Rickman.
Yeah, I mean he's dead.
Well, yeah, he's dead, obviously. Well, yeah, he's dead, obviously. I see him as like looking at like he's in his like mid-40s, mid-50s.
Yeah, that's what I see as well. I want him grey, you know?
Yeah, definitely grey. And with do we want to give him a beard?
I'm not sure. I feel like
grow
that,
one.
I feel like that would make him feel a bit edgy, and I don't know why. But I do feel a more clean shaven thing for him. Oh my god, what if we just gave him a moustache?
Yeah, sort of a fake moustache. Yeah.
Okay, so shirt-wise, what are we thinking for that?
I mean, I'm thinking broadly just I do like a beige suit or like a light grey suit is what I'm favoring.
Kind of like what Seven wore in the not EDAs in the version of Adventures.
Yeah, I've always been a
Yeah.
fan of that look, but something that's sort of because that was at the time I think a modern suit, right? That was just a
Yeah.
normal everyday suit. I do want it to feel, and I don't actually know what design elements have changed over the years of a suit, but I do want it to feel more sort of early. Oh, can we possibly close up the blazer, please? You know, actually, I do like the open blazer look as well, but
Oh, really?
um,
Like a waistcoat or?
I'm not sure. You know what? I like the idea that he wears his suit in versatile ways. But I feel like if we're
Yeah,
wearing
like
it with
10.
I feel like if we're wearing it with the bum bag, the sort of the quintessential look with the bum bag is like all of the formalities of the suit intact. So like a proper blazer buttoned up, or a dinner jacket or whatever. I don't know. I don't wear suits, and sort of feeling a bit like, I guess, turn of the 20th century feel to it. I don't know.
So kind of, do you want like the sort of teardrop collars like Peaky Blinders or whatever? Or do you want it to be like that?
I think a modern collar.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Tie patterns. We thinking paisley?
Sure, I guess.
I kind of think paisley would work.
And like I guess a
I don't know. I'll
dark.
refine this.
I feel like it should be a dark color as well.
Yeah. Okay. This is just like the second layer. I'll do a third one on top, refining it. So, trousers and shoes, footwear.
Walking boots, like hiking boots that you would buy at like an outdoorsy
Sure.
shop. I think.
I have to look them up.
Just so that it's completely clear that this man is he's wearing his suit because he likes a suit, but he also just wants to be able to fucking walk places.
Yeah. Shout if you see a design that you like to base it off.
I mean, I like a lot of these. I do like the ones that are more. I tend to favor the ones that are like, I don't know. I'm not sure there's an
A
adjective.
little bit higher.
Yeah, higher and sort of.
Okay.
I don't know, the ones that have got less of
Less
the aspects.
sporty.
Oh no, I was thinking more sporty, just so that they juxtapose to the suit more. But
Something like this.
yeah,
Because Ten wore a suit, but he also had trainers because he was doing a lot of running.
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel this guy, he's not doing a lot of running. He has to walk with a cane, but he's probably doing a lot of walking.
True.
He's a weary traveler.
Feet are hard.
I thought you said my feet are hard, and I was trying to wrap my brain around that. But it's like that was a very strange thing to say.
Oh, what was that H Bomber guy video where he was making fun of the artist not being able to draw feet?
Oh,
Feel
that's
singled out.
the one where he talks about what is it? Image
Killing Joke,
Comics,
right?
Yeah, Killing Joke,
Yeah,
Image
yeah.
Comics, and Stan Lee.
Yeah,
I do like that video.
it's a good one.
One thing that I guess if and when we did replace the Sonic, by the way,
Yeah.
I feel like it would be fun to replace it with something that is aesthetically quite different to previous Sonics in that it's much and I'll give a story reason for it. I imagine a scenario where the Doctor gets searched before being put in like a cell or whatever by whatever villain of the week. And he's searched and he gets his Sonic taken away. and like let's say he doesn't even get it back. I think that the Sonic he replaces it with would have been. I want him to build it with the priority that it's easier to hide on his person. So maybe it's stripped back in terms of what it can do, but it's much smaller, and he can like put it in his
More like tenants.
even smaller than that. Like the difference between a regular screwdriver and one of those tiny little fiddly screwdrivers that you get to do really small screws.
Let me just. I've got a replica of tenants. Hang on, I'm just gonna measure how big that is.
I like the idea of him being able to hide his Sonic in his mouth.
Okay.
I'm just envisioning a scene where like he gets escorted to like a cell or whatever by whatever villain, and he gets thrown in there. And then as soon as the
Like
guard
a prison
leaves,
shank.
he just opens his mouth, spits out his Sonic, and puts it right to the door and gets immediately back out of the cell.
Like a prison shank, essentially.
Do people hide prison shanks in their mouths? Is that a thing?
I don't know. Maybe. I
How
don't
would
know.
he fit a sonic screwdriver in his mouth?
If it's very small.
Tiny one.
Yes.
You could have sonic dentures. Oh my god, his feet are massive. Yeah, okay. I mean, like Tenants is tiny; it's like 6 inches. But
Can someone
I guess a
take
really,
that out of
or maybe like
context?
a collapsible one.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was envisioning something small enough to put in his mouth, so probably like 2 or 3 inches of Sonic. Like the size of a lip balm. I'm definitely not just saying that because there's a lip balm on my desk as a perfect size reference. I could fit
But
this
I've
thing.
always wanted.
Didn't Sarah Jane have sonic lipstick?
No, that's a bit big to fit
did.
in my mouth, actually. I'm just going to try putting things in my mouth.
I've always wanted a sonic screwdriver that has a test tube at the bottom, so the doctor can pull it out and like scoop stuff up, like scoop up a bit
That
of,
makes
bit
sense
of
to me.
gunk, plug it back in, shake it up.
He could have a he could
How about
carry
how about he has a little sonic thing that can just sort of like slot into the top of his cane?
Yeah, it could slot into the top of his
Yeah.
cane actually.
So like if we want the cane to like look like a proper sonic thing, it's fine. But he can also take that bit off and use it separately if we wanted to have something smaller.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave the feet and come back to them when I'm feeling like I can do feet better.
I understand your pain.
Sometimes you just can't do feet.
What's he got on his? Is that like a pocket with a pen in it? There, he's got.
Yeah,
I
that's
do
what
like
I'm
that.
thinking. Yeah, I imagine he'd have lots of different types of pens, retractable pencils and stuff, and test tubes and whatever.
I also like the idea that it would consistently just be bleeding color into his shirt.
That's a good joke as well. That's a good recurring gag.
And then just like he has clothes that he likes, but he's not taking that much time to make sure that his appearance is impeccable. He's dressing in a way that he thinks is nice, but he's also not noticed that. Well, he's also just. What if all of his shirts just have clearly had loads of color bleed into them over time because he's always got a couple of pens in there?
I really like that.
Because he don't give a fuck.
And then, so you should also have like a little notebook, I imagine. You can scribble stuff down in.
Yeah, he can keep.
Oh yeah, definitely a notebook.
A notebook in his pocket.
Yeah, I like that. Okay. So this is like the basic bare bones idea of it, and then what we can do is
I do feel that he will generally. I mean, in my mind, he will generally be wearing something over the top of his shirt, like a waistcoat or a blazer that fits with his suit. But whenever he's not got that on, I would like to see pen in a pocket with bleeding colours.
The boots. I can.
How do we feel about hats?
No.
Well, you
That's
drew
my gut.
You drew him in a hat in the image that we're using for the thumbnail.
Did I?
You did.
Oh yes, I did. I was sort of basing them off the Seventh Doctor. Okay, actually, that kind of hat would work. But for whatever reason, I was thinking of a bubble hat when you said hats. So I was like, no, should not be a bubble hat.
I kind of like the idea of having him wear a bubble hat occasionally.
Just something that definitely doesn't suit him, and that can be a running gag with the assistant.
What are those really horrible, like they're not baseball caps. They're like dad caps, but they have the flap down ears.
I'm
I
thinking.
know
I'm
which one
picturing
you're
an
talking
I
about.
don't know. I'm picturing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm picturing an Ushanka, or however you say that kind of hat. The Russian, the
I don't know
communist
what one of
hat.
those is. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, should we do that just to piss people off? With the actual hammer and sickle on it.
Yeah, you do that.
I like the idea that he at least tries one of those on a few times.
Well, I think that works with the whole Explorer aesthetic because it's quite a practical design, isn't it?
It is actually.
That kind of. How do they look like this? When I need a reference. Pinterest again.
What if instead of a hammer and sickle, it has a hammer and question mark?
Ooh!
Oh my god. Should the Doctor never wear?
What should the Doctor never wear?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with Pinterest.
Chat, what is something the Doctor should never wear? Doesn't feel the outfit doesn't feel cohesive. I mean, that's sort of the point. Is that it's a mix and match of things that he has just acquired. I like that you got it by googling Russian hat.
Oh, Pinterest.
I think I actually have one of those somewhere.
This is just what he,
I know. I've got.
what he wears when it's cold out.
Yeah. I could totally see him in that. I wore one of those hats to a house party once, and it didn't go down brilliantly.
Did it have a hammer and sickle on it?
It did.
Brilliant.
And it, yeah, freshers. It was quite funny actually. It didn't go down brilliantly.
I was about to say I stole a pineapple at Freshers. Someone I was with stole a pineapple on my behalf at Freshers without consulting me about it beforehand.
That's what friends are for.
I like the idea of him occasionally wearing different sorts of hats and the assistant making fun of him for it.
Well, I feel like
Because they don't suit him.
well, I feel like
I mean, our series does need some levity because
it
it
does.
is very heavy.
Well, I mean, we can certainly put a lot of levity in it. I feel like I just remember that we called our first companion Jodie. I feel like she would definitely make fun of him a lot more. I feel like Lorne, at least at the beginning of her arc, is going to be more nervous and cautious before voicing any of her opinions.
Well, yeah, because of the background she has.
Yeah.
And she doesn't really have much context as to what looks weird.
Yeah, that's another good point. She has no idea what's.
By the way, Jay, can I just say, Jay, that I really appreciate that now Stewbag Scribe to Stewbag Fool has become a thing in the descriptions of these.
That's permanent. That's a permanent fixture of these now.
Good, because I was going to say something.
There we go. The kind of brown. I mean, that kind of wheelhouse you were thinking of.
Yeah, I think I was thinking a little darker, but
Okay. Yes, but the problem is that I'm drawing in black. So if you go darker,
Sure, yeah.
the line work will become indistinguishable. But yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, sort of, leather that's clearly old and cracked.
Yeah, kind of like nines, but a tanned a different color.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah, I mean that's something I definitely want. I think that's what Jodie's costume is missing. It just doesn't look beat up enough.
It looks.
It look
I mean,
substantial.
it's also missing the variation, I think.
Yeah. It just looks too. I guess I don't know. As waistcoat, what color are you thinking for that?
I think in terms of the suit as a whole, that can be either a beige or a nice light grey. I think with the brown coat, I'm thinking a nice light grey.
Okay.
This is nice. This is one of the chillest, most just relaxing streams.
I'm liking this. I don't normally get to talk to people whilst I draw. I just have to listen to podcasts to keep me occupied, but it's good fun.
I was thinking, I've got a Halloween avatar up. Stu, you've not. And then Sam, I feel like any avatar that you might have can definitely be a Halloween avatar. So how do you
Which one is it?
I could change my avatar to Monster Face, Stuart.
You could. Can you?
I'll do that while you're drawing.
Can you quickly whip up an Absorbaloff theme, Stuart?
Yeah, sure. Hang on.
Trousers. Do we want jazzy trousers?
I feel like just keeping them in theme with the grey is the. I mean.
Oh wait! I wouldn't be able to. Oh, no one would see that anyway because I'm under your head.
That's a good point. You're under my head. I'm your Halloween avatar.
Part of me for the trousers kind of wants like a Patrick Troughton. No, it's not tartan, is it?
I think it's tartan.
Tartan.
I think he should definitely. I do definitely think he should have those in rotation at the very least. They should be something that he wears, like the hat, from time to time.
Sure. But I'm gonna go with. I don't know. I just think it needs a bit more color, so I'm gonna go a dark teal. I think that works because it's still sort of on the grey scale.
Sure.
Just it gives a bit more of a visual kick, and it just balances out because this whole costume is quite warm. The color we've used so far has been on the warm spectrum.
I just had an idea.
Shoot.
I just had an idea. What if his coat is made from an alien material that changes color depending on the environment he's in?
Oh yeah,
that could be fun. Hard to
a
cosplay.
mood ring.
No, just like how people bitched about Colin's coat in the 80s.
And
it's like if people don't like the color, it's all right. It'll be a different color next episode.
What is the conditions that it changes color based on?
The time period.
Oh, that could be cool.
Because it's like episode 1 will be set in 2020 because it's about lockdown, and then episode 2 is set in the 80s. So in the next episode, he walks out of the TARDIS and it's suddenly all like bright and sparkly, and the assistant's like, "What's going on?" Well, it's the 80s. My coat likes this time.
A temporal coat. Kind of cool.
I don't know. My favorite part of that to me is just the idea that the Doctor is occasionally going to voice opinions on behalf of his coat.
Joe Jura just said in the chat. Mood coat. Yeah, it's a mood coat.
I feel like I don't want it to express his mood because I feel like that's a bit. I mean, that's gonna.
Yeah,
I feel like that's almost going to detract from scenes that are particularly emotional.
Writing shouldn't do that.
The coat has it. Yeah. The coat is. It's like the TARDIS. The coat has a life of its own. It's like an entity.
We've got I'm just picturing how awkward it would be to write a dramatic scene where his coat has to go a sad color.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Like apparently the TARDIS went really dark blue after Clara had left because the Doctor was sad.
And the TARDIS went blue after Gallifrey was destroyed in Series 12.
Yeah, that's true.
But I said that as a joke. Like, no, they did that, didn't they? They made the TARDIS go a sad colour.
True. No, but I do like the idea of the coat changing itself depending on its surroundings.
I do
Yeah,
like that.
so I'm kind of imagining like a slightly sparkly material, and it not changing completely. That color, it's sort of getting a bit of a tint, kind of like
Well, I like the idea.
holographic.
I like the idea that this is how we get both the brown and the blue in, is that it's the same coat, but it changes colour between brown and blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Producing that would be annoying as fuck, but I like the idea.
I mean, you can just have two identical props, and then like I feel like that's not the most annoying effect in the world to do. Is to get to color shift the brown to the blue over the course of one scene. In terms of, I'm thinking that we definitely want to give him at least one variant that's easy for people to cosplay, and I think that's basically going to be probably just the coatless variant where he wears a suit with his pens, and he has his like his walking boots and his bum bag and his suit, because the coat for cosplayers is going to be the hardest thing to come by.
Just in the chat, are you okay, Doctor? Yes, but the coat starts crying.
Maybe the ink in his pen bleed could change color depending on his mood.
What if the coat changes to the color of the ink of the pen?
Space ink.
I feel like I do like the idea that he's just a big cosmic nerd, so he's got a coat that like just changes color based on the class of the star he's under. You know, the kind of light that he's absorbing. And I feel like that, in terms of like, I could believe that material exists as well, something that changes color depending on what kind of star is in the sky. Because as well, we do have a lot of stories set in alien planets, and one thing that is completely underutilized by science fiction on TV as a whole and in films is different star classes, because people just don't know. A lot of people just don't know. It's like, hey, do you know that like most stars are either red or blue? I mean, you know, there's a fuck ton of yellow ones as well, but like, just you've got massive blue ones, and you've got small ones tend to be red, I think, and massive ones tend to be blue. But then there are all these different classes that have all these different properties. I'm going to quickly go and turn on my light because it's getting dark. I think it's getting overcast, really, but you know.
Shall we go into a bit more detail into his props then? Cane, sonic screwdriver, etc.
Sorry?
We go into a bit more detail into his props then.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean,
Chumley cufflinks.
I'd like him to have a backpack and a. What kind of props are you thinking of?
Well, so I like the idea of him having a satchel that's full of like test tubes and like a Bunsen burner stuff.
That can be stuff that's in the bum bag, right?
Yeah, that totally works. I take it. I don't have to draw a bum bag. I can just add that on here. I know what a bum bag looks like.
The bum bag is very important to me.
It has the seal of Rassilon on it.
Oh my god!
Rassilon's bum bag.
I kind of. Honestly, if he ever encounters the Time Lords, I want to see him make that. I want to see him say that and make that joke. This is the bum bag of Rassilon. I genuinely like the idea that he has got a bum bag and he has put. That's where the seal of Rassilon is. He's made he's repurposed he's patched it up. Yeah, he's patched it up with something that he got from Gallifrey, and now it's got the seal of Rassilon on it. And at some point in an episode where he encounters another Time Lord who is familiar with Gallifreyan culture, because Lorne is a Time Lord but isn't familiar with any of that stuff. He can refer to it as the bum bag of Rassilon. That happens. That's canon now.
Well, yeah, because the Time Lords are insistent that you put like you know how in real life politicians are insistent on flags. The flag has got to be everywhere. The Time
Yeah.
Lords are like the seal of Rassilon. The seal of Rassilon has to be everywhere. It's like fine, I'll put it on my bum bag.
But it's something that that's clearly just there because he's fixed the bum bag with patchwork.
But he's just done that he's just done that because he's fucking annoyed that the Time Lords are making him put.
Well, I mean, the Time Lords are all, I assume, broadly speaking, dead at the start. If we're following on from the Chibnall era.
Oh yeah, that's
Can't keep up.
Well, we're not. The Chibnall era is just the Timeless Children didn't happen. It was a fever dream.
But I do like the idea that we are starting in an environment where, like, the Time Lords, there are ones of them that exist, but they have been sort of decimated by war. As in, I like the idea that we are going into an era where basically it feels like a post-Time War Time Lord era where they're not what they used to be, but there are still just some of them around. And I feel like
I'm just sort of I'm just sort of sketching Sonic Screwdriver stuff now.
I was
I'm
wondering
kind
what
of,
that was.
$59.37 for a USSR vintage Russian army U-Shanks Winter.
I've read that so many times.
Are we happy
That
with?
does seem quite
this,
expensive
or do
for
you want
that.
me to go into more detail? Because I can refine these later. But
I'm certainly happy with this for now, and don't feel obliged to do any of that.
I think this is like a functional sketch. I feel like it's a good starting point if this was to go on to be refined further. It's a good bit of visual communication.
Yeah. I mean, like we've definitely got the idea here.
Okay. What's next?
I mean, should we do? I mean, if anyone, I guess, if anyone wants to shout with anything that they want to prioritize, then now is the time. Or if not, I guess we could move on to companions.
Yep.
I'm okay with moving on to companions.
I feel like, well, we've got Jodie and Lorne. Stuart, I also want to retroactively at some point write it so that we've got, if you recall, we had a Dalek in our first series that was, a traumatized Dalek from like someone's private collection.
Oh yes, we did, the prisoners.
I like the idea of reintroducing that Dalek and having them be a recurring character. At some point.
You remove the skulls, there's a pretty almost
broadly speaking, yeah.
Look. Yeah. Okay.
And I also feel like that's just a great way to, if we're keeping in theme with the idea that there is a contractual obligation to feature the Daleks every year, that's a way to do it without having to have a Dalek story every year, is that there's a Dalek character who is separate and has...
That's true. We do have two, though.
That's true.
We got the prisoners and we got memories of the Daleks.
But I think I like the idea of you having a reoccurring Dalek character, because I know that's what Russell did, and worked very well. And actually,
Yeah,
Russell
and Stephen both did that.
I want to use this Dalek as like a vehicle to explore personhood and all that, as to just explore so many questions about, okay, what are you? What is your identity? Considering that you are, as in like this can be a character who is asked the question is like, okay, do you still want to consider yourself to be a Dalek because you're sort of something new? So like, I feel like other Daleks aren't going to consider you a Dalek, so I guess it's up to you. Do you want to consider yourself a Dalek, or is there a new word for what you are? Like that kind of conversation is something we have with this character.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Yeah, maybe like at the end of the Prisoners, because the Prisoners was this episode where we got these Daleks being held captive and they're helpless, and we got the tension rising between Jodie and the Doctor, and like she shows sympathy for all these Daleks.
Yeah.
So should we have them take one of these Daleks and have that Dalek living in the TARDIS?
I feel like I mean I'm happy with the ending that we already have, which is that they take the one Dalek that survives all that, and it decides to give its own life a go. I'm happy with that ending, but I feel like just we then have more episodes in the future where we then go back to it and visit wherever it was taken to.
Yeah, I was mostly thinking of that because it's what Dalek is it that can predict the future in Russell's run?
Dalek Khan.
Dalek Khan, yeah. I was just thinking that maybe we have that Dalek drop some sort of hint that we can't trust Jodie.
I mean, we already have those.
Whisker.
We already have.
I mean,
those hints
we
in
already
the-
have those seeds. Well, we already have those seeds, don't we?
What are we thinking for companion costumes then? Should we do Jodie first, I guess?
Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, because she's from 2020, isn't she?
She is, she's Haley Steinfeld. I kind of want to put her in a full-on, just formal suit. I don't know, I feel like that fits her character, is that she would feel like, I feel like she's a person who feels like she just looks good in a suit, and that's what she wears around.
How old did we say she was?
We said she was in uni. I think we said she was like 2021.
Yeah.
But she's not gonna be, she's not gonna be. She's gonna be an unusual person, I think. Sort of a social outcast, but in the kind of way that she's got her friends, but in broader terms, she's not, conventionally popular. And she just sort of has her own ideas of what she likes and all that.
That and she's a failed artist, obviously. Because that's what fascists are.
Mm.
Yeah.
Behind every fascist is a painting with a 3 out of 10 on TripAdvisor. I don't know why do you review paintings?
TripAdvisor. I'll put this on TripAdvisor afterwards and decide whether to go into politics.
Oh, I like this. Yeah, someone in chat said, when the Doctor asks Jodie the question about going back in time to kill a horrible dictator that would destroy thousands of lives, a child that would grow up to be totally evil, Jodie says yes, without question, of course you'd kill that child. I like that. That's her character through and through, by the way.
Mm.
Like, a lot of conflict between her and the Doctor is going to occur in their season. And then Lorne, is essentially the counterbalance to that. If you've got someone whose core motivation is to be supportive and to look out just to make sure that the Doctor's doing okay.
Well, yeah, in the same way that Rose and Martha are kind of two different opposite sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
Because, Rose was an irresponsible child, whereas Martha was the grown-up.
Fucking love Martha. Martha's so underrated.
Oh, yeah, totally.
What kind of suit are we thinking? What should I search? Reference.
What? I'm thinking that she's a Reddit user. What kind of suit?
Oh, everything.
I'm just gonna Google suit. I'm gonna have a look. I think broadly speaking, a menswear suit. Oh my god, this is the first one of the first images that popped up for me when I just googled suit is an entirely like monochrome pink suit, including the shirt and the tie. Can we not have that? Oh my
Not
god,
that. Okay.
what the fuck? Okay, there's some interesting stuff here. I mean, like Turlough's suit, I guess, kind of.
I don't know who that is.
Turlough, Fifth Doctor companion.
I haven't actually seen any stories with him in. I'm not a true fan. I think I know what you mean. It's pinstripe, right?
It is not, but I can totally see it being pinstriped, if that makes sense.
Sure. Okay.
Stuart, you're right there.
Well, yeah.
Stu, what do you think? Wise.
Um, See, that's the thing. She is supposed to be 2021.
Well, so I guess just
Would a
contemporary
2021-year-old? Yeah.
It was in like I feel like we shouldn't be asking ourselves like what do 21-year-olds wear in 2021 because she's not gonna. I feel like she's not gonna have much of an opinion based on that. She's just gonna know what she likes.
Yeah.
She's a very much does her own thing type of a person.
Should we start with broad strokes? Is it going to be a slim suit or is it quite baggy fitting?
I think it's a slim suit.
Yeah,
Right,
slim.
swimsuit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to send you a picture of Turlo as a reference image. I think this is. I think this is the kind of vibe. Not so much not necessarily all the specifics, but in terms of vibes, this is the kind of thing that I'm feeling. There's the beep.
We're gonna give her a tie, definitely.
Oh, definitely a
I've seen
tie.
it, yeah. Oh, okay. That's get the vibe. It's not necessarily colourful, but it's not lacking in colour. It's not grey. It's not black.
Rainbow overalls.
Oh God,
Is she
just
wearing-
have her wear Colin Baker's costume. Is that going to be the running gag?
She wearing a shirt.
Well, the Sixth
or a
Doctor was kind
t-shirt
of
or
fashion.
what?
Is she wearing what? Sorry.
What's she wearing underneath the blazer? Is it a t-shirt or like what Turlo's wearing? Or...
I think it is a dress shirt. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the idea of being. I like the idea of being a t-shirt.
I think that's probably that would make her more distinguishable from the Doctor.
I agree. You're right. I think it should be a t-shirt.
I'm gonna go with t-shirt. Any designs on the t-shirt?
Possibly. What a
I'm
pepper.
gonna leave it blank for now, and maybe like stripes or something afterwards. I don't know. I'll see how it looks.
And
This,
I feel like
I'm liking this.
when we get to Lorne as well, I feel like I mean, we don't really know. We've never really discussed what her like actual because she is a former slave. She was rescued from slavery, but we've never really discussed what as a slave they made her do. Like, did she clean stuff? Did she work fields? Did she, I think she probably cleaned stuff. But I'm gonna leave. I asked because I wanted your opinions rather than because I want to just tell you what. Here's my answer.
I think.
Go on, you go, Stu.
I think she was in the more sort of technical side of things.
Like she was trained to fix stuff
like
like that.
Yeah, like machine maintenance sort of stuff. Because I like the idea of her not really having much of not really being socialized.
Yeah, I mean, like, the whole idea is that most of her social interaction is going to have come from Mace, right? And like, he's the only person that she had as an equal growing up.
Yes.
Or I guess, you know what? Like, this is the thought has occurred to me before that because she's a Time Lord, she can like tell some kind of story or whatever about Mace as a child, and at the time it can just be easy to assume, oh, this must have been a story that you heard or whatever, and like make it clear, but no, that she was actually there when Mace was a child, despite him being physically older than her, because she's a Time Lord, and that's the reveal later, and that she's actually much older than she appears.
Yeah. I mostly just say like machine maintenance work because like episode 2, Welcome to Earth, where she goes to Earth for the first time. and it's mostly playing on her being out of place in that experience. And the plot that we've got for that one is that it's a bomb threat at a museum.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of like the Doctor getting her involved in that and realizing that the bomb is not real and it's a false thing.
Can we have her fix
'Cause
like,
I like-
mechanical stuff rather than technical stuff? So like she knows
Yeah,
mechanics, not digital things.
yeah.
What shoes you putting in there, her in there, Sam?
I'm thinking Converse.
I like Converse in concept, but is it a bit too Tennant? Is the question I'm asking.
That's very true. I mean, it doesn't have to be Converse. It can be a semi-sporty, light casual trainer.
I think
Should we
that's
just-
more the vibe.
Should we purposefully dress her like the 10th Doctor?
That'd be funny.
What if we just put her in the 13th Doctor's outfit?
Well, no, because the 10th Doctor was quite self-centered,
Yeah.
and that is kind of the personality we've got for her.
Yeah, it was, it's definitely got its similarities to the 10th Doctor's outfit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. For Lorne, do you reckon her costume would be quite similar in concept to the Doctor's? Because obviously, I don't think she's still going to be wearing what she had to wear as a slave. So she probably would have, over time, adapted and picked up some bobs from around their travels.
I feel like it's probably going to be my read on her as a character is what she's going to pick out. It's probably just something incredibly simple that does the job. Is like, I'm wearing clothes. That's something that I'm doing now. Like jeans and a graphic T-shirt or whatever. Just things that she's picked out of the TARDIS wardrobe. Like, I would like to be dressed because I would prefer to be wearing clothes actually. But nothing. I feel like she doesn't really have a concept of, or at least if she does have a concept of how to dress fancy from like her captors, she's not going to want to emulate that because she doesn't like those people because they enslaved her.
Chat is saying Jodie should be barefoot.
Why?
Yeah,
What's
sorry,
your
because she's
motivation
clever.
there, chat? I'm always skeptical of someone on the internet saying show feet.
A picture of the 10th
my
Doctor
God,
has
feet are
gone viral in
massive.
Jodie's time, and she's picked up her entire wardrobe from it.
Sam, you don't have to worry about the feet if you don't want to.
Can she have peg legs? Or we can just give her, just float, maybe roller skates. Have them for now.
Heelys.
Please, yeah.
I
That's
like-
good for running.
I like the idea
Leave
that
the
you
feet for
just
now.
you just add the feet from that video that we talked about. There's just the block feet from Image Comics.
Yeah. Well, no, I think he always draws like a stone in front.
Does
That's his trick. Yeah. We'll just do that. Image Comics can do it. So can we. Gonna go stripes. I think stripes work.
I think stripes. What colours are we going for here?
My instinct, dark green blazer.
Oh, I meant for the stripes, but yeah, that is a good instinct. I like dark green. I definitely do like dark green on it. And I feel like I do want to stick towards a more conventional, a much more conventional suit, because I feel like what I don't want this is to be something else that is also a Doctor costume,
Yeah.
So if it's a strange suit and you've got, I feel like in terms of her character, she's going to have respect for just the conventional suit. That's something that's going to appeal to her as a person. Is the
Dress for the job you want.
is the green blazer too military? Is that
Something blue Doctor Who says just have her float above the ground and never explain it.
I like the idea of every shot her being framed, her feet or he's out of frame. They was obscured by something.
Well, I like the idea that people would probably start to theorize that the's going to be some reveal relating to her feet later in the series because they never show her below the ankles.
Tentacle feet. We can do that. Yeah, so is the green too military? Doesn't have to be green. It could be. I think a purple would work just as well.
I think probably a more conventional suit color than a purple, I guess. Like a dark, like a dark blue, like a very dark. Well, not too dark, but like a desaturated blue, I guess. Right now she's looking pretty jokery.
Yeah.
The great poet Olaf says she stands in a plant pot.
Yeah.
She's secretly a mermaid.
She's like Rayman. She's like Rayman. She has feet, but she's got no legs.
Well, that doesn't help.
Yeah.
She's got no arms, but she has
Like,
hands.
One of those Wii avatars.
She's just a me.
Yeah.
So far, I do like that we've developed both our actual series and our shitpost series, in which the Doctor has a forehead question mark tattoo and Lorne is a me. Oh no, sorry, Jodie is a me.
What color trousers?
I feel like matching, right? That makes sense to me because it's a suit. It's like
I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that.
My brain has been ruined. I've now this not just happened once now, it's a pattern that when I see the word society, my brain wants to read it as soy society.
We live in a society.
We live in a soy society.
This is Haley Seinfeld, right?
What is Lorne? Lorne is the name of our second companion. Yeah, that's her name.
Blonde?
I believe she's got dark hair. I don't know. Stuart picked her. Blame him for the hair ambiguity.
Stu, what colour hair does she have?
Yeah, dark
Very
hair.
important. Dark hair. Super important information.
Of course, we could get her to dye her hair.
And he's got full Joker.
She's that sort of Gen Z, isn't she?
What is the sort of Gen Z that to dye hair?
I don't know. You are Gen Z.
Genocidal.
I dyed my hair when I was 11 to a bright red, and my school let me do that, which was pretty cool. But
I went as Little Cook to a party, and I dyed my hair ginger. That was a lot of fun.
that sounds fun.
You went as Little Cook to a party. Oh, I remember Big Cook, Little Cook.
Yeah. And then I
I'm so old.
made my skateboard into a big spoon and rode around on it.
Oh, nice.
Remembering Big Cook, Little Cook doesn't make you old.
Yes, it does.
I remember Big Cook, Little Cook. I'm 22.
Oh yeah, because you would have been a child at the same time, not someone.
20, and I had the cookbook when I was younger.
Someone in their 20s watching it stoned at university. Yeah, not everyone watched children's TV for children's TV reasons.
No, Richard Herring used to do that. He says a lot like that.
I love that all the guests on Screen White would talk about like shows that they remember from the 70s, and Richard Herring was the only one who talked about a children's TV show that was still on the air.
Yeah. I was watching that the other day, and there was a great interview, Russell T Davies, talking about bad exposition and bad character writing, and all I could think about was Jay's video. And how all of the criticisms that RT was listing pretty much lined up with
This is really interesting.
writing.
You got to send me what this is.
You've not seen that? Oh, I will send you the full thing. It's
Was
very
this
funny.
before or after I made my video? Because if it was before, I would love to have included it.
Oh, mate, this is like 2009.
Oh,
Years ago.
I wish I'd seen it
Have
then.
you not seen? I should have sent it to you. Anyway, shirt color.
I like the color that you've already colored it in.
Beautiful. I think she's done. I'll just make her have a skin color.
I like
So we're
it when
definitely,
people
we're
have
definitely
skin.
going with never showing the feet.
She canonically has feet.
I-
They're just not on screen at the moment. They're just, they're just out of frame.
She just never has feet on screen.
At one point, she looks into camera and says, "Yes, I do have feet. I promise." That's in the middle of the most climactic moment in the story.
There you go. She's in a plant pot. There you go. Just
She is,
everywhere.
she is Bill and Ben, the flower pot men.
And then Lorne was Gemma
Okay.
Chan, we decided.
Yes.
Yeah.
We decided that after the last stream, though. So I think this is actually the first time we've said that on a stream relating to this whole thing.
I saw you write it on Twitter. But yeah, I think that's the first time you said it on stream.
Because we forgot to discuss it on stream.
Lorne is the guy that played Little Cook.
Like, Stu, you normally pick the actors, but we just forgot to talk about it.
Well, I think Gemma Chan's a good shout.
Yeah, I mean,
Gemma Chang's pretty great.
she is brilliant in everything I've seen her in. Hang on, is it Gemma Chan or Gemma Chang? I feel like both
Chan.
were just said, and that's thrown me off. It's Chan, right?
Gemma Chan, yeah.
Okay, so costume for her. Be thinking.
I do think that basically very simple, very practical stuff. Oh, I've closed Discord there, but basically very simple, very practical stuff. Because
We are just leaving Jodie in a plant pot.
For
Yeah.
at least for the time being,
For the time being, yeah.
Jay.
um,
So very simple, very practical.
I do think jeans and a graphic tee is the way to go.
Jeans and a graphic tee. That works. What kind of jeans? Flare, skinny.
Just I feel like
A t-shirt that says the words "Hail Sobek."
And what
Make another H. Bomber reference.
he moved the sun across the sky by blasting it with sperm.
I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here.
Have you not watched the Flat Earth H. Bomber Guy video? Because if not, then yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember now. Okay. But, what did we say on the type of jeans? Kind of fit are they?
Jodie's dictatorship is built on ideologically built on the fact that she totally has feet. Guys, shut up.
I feel
Because
like...
like Trump's thing was, I do not have tiny hands. Shut up.
I do
Jodie
have
is-
feet.
And there's all these people building these conspiracy theories because it's like, why do we never see her feet?
When
What is she hiding?
In both of her Cyberman stories, she can be conflicted because they could give her feet.
Yeah, she's just looking through a magazine, tearing out pages and hiding them.
In terms of jeans, I feel like not too skinny, but not too baggy either. I feel like,
It's like
what
slim
you
fits,
you have already drawn conveniently enough.
Okay. Is she gonna wear like a hoodie or is it just gonna be a t-shirt?
I feel like
I
that
think
just
a
depends
hoodie.
on how cold it is out.
Suppose.
Do you guys feel hoodies or like jumpers or a coat or what?
I feel hoodie because she's sort of a maintenance type person.
I feel like her having her own like regular coat because if it's a hoodie, you think, I don't know, maybe she could always wear the same hoodie. But I feel like if it's something that her having just her own coat would be important to her, like just this is mine, I'm allowed to have things now.
Just gonna check what
Yeah,
I
that's
gave
a
her in
point,
that,
yeah.
that drawing I did.
I
wanna see-
like the idea that she picks a coat out of the TARDIS wardrobe and she latches onto the idea that this is my coat,
Well, I didn't really do much in that drawing. She has long sleeves. That's about all the information I gave you.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good. And because she's a slave, should we give her like the Doctor's coat? Should we give her a living piece of clothing?
I mean, I feel like we don't want to overdo it with the living
Eats her.
clothing, but
Yeah,
it
yeah,
eats
true.
her.
That's the point.
It
I
eats
like
her.
the idea though.
Just a coat that occasionally gives cynical opinions on the decor of the room. I don't know.
I would love that.
A sarcastic coat.
It's like it's voiced by Kevin MacLeod. It just says things like, I like what I like what you tried to do with the decoration here, and it very nearly worked. I don't know. I feel like I'm quoting a comedian there. I think that's David O'Doherty made that joke. Anyway, yeah,
I don't recall.
a coat voiced by Kevin MacLeod that's just cynical of the decor of any room that she goes in.
Could be funny.
This is the shitpost.
You tried.
This is the
You get a
shitpost version.
tried sticker.
I do like that for each character we get just one element of them that's the shitpost part. Like it's not
Yeah.
we're not trying to do it. It just comes up naturally every time. The doctor has a question mark tattoo on his forehead. Jodie doesn't have feet and just has a plant pot. And Lorne has a coat that's cynical about decor of the rooms she goes in.
It could have like
Jodie,
eyes on the hood of
Jodie
it.
does have feet. That's fake news.
She does have feet. They're just in the future, and I haven't got round to them yet. His feet are hard. Like
While
I'm
we're
gonna
here,
pretend.
I feel like we can get to the super chats that we've got in so far.
Oh, that's a good point.
We've got if we got an American spin-off like they were aiming for with the TV movie, which American actors do you think would be good doctors? I feel like Christopher Walken would be fantastic.
Oh my God, Christopher Walken as the Doctor. Yes, 100% yes.
Definitely, that's a solid choice.
Actually,
I
I
gotta
want
say-
I want
and
Christopher Walken to be the 14th Doctor, whatever happens.
I'm
If
thinking
we're allowed cease doctors, I'd like Gene Wilder.
definitely.
Oh, that's a good shout.
I've got
Oh, I should
I've
watch
got, I've got
Wonka
Willem
and the Chocolate
Dafoe.
Factory.
I've got Willem Dafoe in my head.
Ooh, that's a good one too. I like the because like with the whole Alan Rickman as the Doctor, I like the idea of casting people typically the bad guys as the good one.
Yeah. Charles Dance.
The best.
Charles Dance is one of my top picks. Even he's not American, but he's typically
Because
playing the bad guy.
that's the vibe. Because that's the vibe that Peter Capaldi has as well.
Charles
Well,
Dance gets typecast as either scheming villain or wartime general, and that's the roles he generally gets now, which is a shame because he's so versatile. So sorry, Sammy, go on.
I was gonna say, I mean, all the doctors I can think of, apart from 5 and 13, are typically morally a bit iffy when it comes to casting, as in they play morally grey characters. Tennant doesn't really play good guys that often.
That's true, actually.
Well, you need a good guy that can showcase a dark streak.
Exactly, that's why I think it's good casting bad guys.
Yeah, that's like in my short film that I made this year, which I haven't finished editing it yet. I've got a guy who the film's about a guy who's hearing a voice in his head telling him to hurt everyone around him, and he's just sort of like, "Where's this voice coming from? What the fuck's going on?" So I wanted a guy who you could be sympathetic for, but you could almost see him snapping and listening to the voice at one point.
Is that who was your if you were to pick from all actors, who would you get in that role?
Well, the guy that I've got, so
That's fair.
because he gave a
Very
brilliant performance in it. There's this scene with him and his girlfriend, and the voice is going, "Pick up that glass, smash it, and glass her in the face," and you can sort of see him drifting off into a fantasy of thinking, "What would happen if I did?" The guy's really good. Then again, this is off topic. Me
You're allowed to be off
I mean,
topic.
I think a lot of this
giving
is pretty
myself
off topic.
giving myself
Stuart,
giving myself an ego blowjob there.
Don't give yourself a slap on the wrist for being off topic, because we have been talking about what if Jodie had a plant pot for feet. And we've also got.
Gonna say, if we're talking about casting, I had an idea last night about Tom Hollander, not Tom Holland, as being the Master. I think he'd be brilliant in that role.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know who that is. First of all, I'm going to look.
Who Tom Hollander is?
I don't know who Tom Hollander is. I've looked him up, and I don't recognize his face.
Oh, well, he's okay. He's very good at playing little psychopaths, but he's also quite funny. He's been in the thick of it and stuff. Playing the Conservatives spin doctor, or one of them anyway, not the main one.
I'm not sure though. I mean, Stu, feel free to correct me, but I'm not sure if either of us ever want to include a Master in our run, right?
An earlier one.
Yeah, because have we? Yeah, because we haven't got the Master in either of these two seasons, have we?
I mean, we've already got a lot of returning stuff, and I feel like the Master is one of the most difficult things to bring back now, simply because of how. I mean, first of all, how complex his history is, and how he's also definitely dead. I'm sorry, he's dead. And all of that, you know, and the timeline is confusing, and the characterization is now quite muddled by the Chibnall era as well, I think.
Do you think you'll ever get round to just inventing a new Time Lord nemesis?
I mean, I've certainly got that in my notes. But that's something for further down the line. In Super Chats, we've also got, what will be your ranking of all the seasons of New Who? Upon rewatching them, I'd go Series 4 over Series 1, over Series 2, over Series 3, over Series 5, over Series 10, over Series 9, over Series 8, over Series 6, over Series 7. Haven't seen Chibnall. I mean, feel free to voice opinions on what you think the best and worst New Who seasons are.
Hang on, let me open Notepad, because I am an old man now, so I have to.
Is Lorne being
I
eaten
have
by
to
a
use
shark?
Notepad.
I can't do the feat.
Well, the best is either 1 or 4, definitely.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I feel like 2 and 3 are also contenders in there, but like 1 and 4 are special.
I'm gonna throw 5 into the mix as well.
Yeah, I'd say top is either
Five.
1 or 4, then it's 5, then it's either 2 or 3.
And then
I'd say
10 is up there as well.
Oh yeah, 10 is definitely up there.
Yeah.
And then the lesser ones are 6 through 7 through 8 through 9.
6 Tenant leaving specials.
6 could have been so good.
Tenant leaving specials has Waters of Mars in it. I think Planet of the Dead is overhated. I'm not going to go out defending it, but it's definitely overhated.
Yeah.
And then it's like 8 and 9, 11. Then again, I'd say 12 is 12 is better than 11 because
At least it's interesting. Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer 11 in concept, but I prefer 12 whilst watching it.
Well, at least 12 is just doing more to keep you awake.
Had better key jangling.
It did have better key jangling, but I think based on that, it also did more damage. Have we talked about what the graphic on the graphic tee is? Because I do like the idea of them being graphic tees, of her going, oh, this says things on it. That's novel, because she's never seen that before, and like she likes the idea of a t-shirt that says something on it.
Just decided that.
I'm very happy for her t-shirt to be pink.
Do it.
Yeah, the t-shirt is pink and it has words on it that are like a meme.
I do like the idea that she
Big Chungus.
Oh! The t-shirt has boobs with 8s instead of Bs.
That's what we're doing. Let's do that.
Can we not? Can we not put the shitpost on the actual?
Or the t-shirt says "Give Stu money."
I'm
Give a little gift to you, money.
I do like the idea. I mean, it's not in this drawing, but I do like the idea that she has a coat that she considers her coat, and that's important to her.
What kind of graphic are we thinking?
Chat. What kind of graphic works? What music band?
Music band. I'll give her a Stone Roses t-shirt. I'll do.
I do.
I'll do for
I
now.
like the idea that she wears like a band's t-shirt without knowing who the fuck they are.
Yeah, the rose is stone. That's what I should ask. Okay, because that's the t-shirt I'm wearing right now.
Beautiful. It looks like a lemon.
It is.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's what the music band T-shirt was from. It's from the How Do You Do, Fellow Kids.
It is. Then in terms of super chats, we've also got. Can you see my Cyberman design? It's in your server, Jay. I can't right now because if I hang on, I'll have a look at the. I'll use my laptop to go on different parts of Discord because if I go into my server on my desktop.
Oh, by the way, Jay, when we do series 3, the way that Lorne exits the series is she has to be eaten by a shark.
I was really concerned that you were genuinely going to tell me that you really wanted to write her out because I've got plans for her in the next one.
No, that's the way that she has to go out. She has to be eaten by a shark. That is canon now.
I understand.
Jodie has no feet, and Lorne has to be eaten by a shark.
I think Lorne is always being eaten by a shark. That's just her perpetual state.
It's a metaphor.
A metaphor what?
Like a monkey on your back.
But
she's got a shark at her feet. It works.
It just works.
Okay, shark aside, I'm quite happy with that. I think that's a nice design.
Don't put the shark down.
Nom nom.
I mean, shall we get? I mean, I guess that means we've got more interesting things to get to as well. We've got some because we've got. I mean, we introduced 2 new alien species in our run. We've got the slavers that we. Stu, you based the names for all of our new alien species that are going to be important to this run on funny women's names. If you remember, we've got the Mildrads, and the Karens.
The Kiarans.
The Kiarans. The Kiarans.
Because I kept saying the word Mildred for some reason, and I can't remember why.
The Kiarans are from. We first introduced those, I think, in the Dawn of Man episode, where the early humans are being sold and brought from Earth and sold into slavery, and then we come back to them where when we introduced Lorne with her first episode, and that's set on their home planet. And we've also got the Mildrads, which are just this happy sort of, this other civilization that the Doctor can also go and have regular stories in, so that it's essentially, I think we made it as, I mean, it serves a lot of story purposes to have a one consistent alien civilization that we go back to often. But it serves budgetary restrictions where we can have more elaborate sets that we reuse in multiple stories, and more elaborate costumes that we use in multiple stories.
Emily Spencer says the Gertrudians.
The Gertrudians.
2 seconds.
And also having a consistent alien civilization that we keep coming back to. We do a lot of world building there.
So, I like that. Something Blue Doctor says. The T-shirt says, "Talk exposition to me."
Right, we've got a Cyberman design in the Discord server. I do not see it. I don't see it in the art channel. What channel is it in? I'm going to look in. I don't know where it would be. Doctor Who, that makes sense. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, it's gorgeous.
What if the Daleks were MILFs?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
What you just missed was, what if the Daleks were MILFs?
Uh,
I can't put it on stream yet, but I can show you guys this gorgeous Cyberman design that we have been sent by Edward Reed, and I can show that on the stream later. But for now, you guys can see it, and you guys can.
yeah, I can see that. It's good.
I mean, so
I
what?
like it's. So I was gonna say it kind of looks like lungs, the chest unit thing.
No, I'll put it on screen. I will. And I don't want to put it on screen because I'll have to show loads of my Discord. Hang on, let me. No. I fucked stuff up.
I'm just going to go to the loo now.
That's allowed. I will permit that. Yeah, I fucked up the stream. That's okay. There we go. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute Discord on stream for a second, or close it visually. And then I'm going to oh no! I'm going to show it with this up. And yeah, that's that Cyberman design. It's gorgeous, I think. I do agree, Sam, that it does look like lungs, and that's a very good selling point of it.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the controller one I did. It's kind of ethereal and very elegant. It looks
is
great.
very elegant.
I really like it. Make it pink.
Also, remove the feet.
Yes. It doesn't have feet.
So, do you have any strong opinions on what you would like to move on to next?
I'd like to not do more people. I'd like to do something more. I can get my teeth into a bit more.
That makes sense to me.
Like some sort of alien thing.
So,
Whatever that is. I mean, Cybermen are good fun, obviously.
we can do our Cybermen are an important fixture of our first series, and then we've got we introduce a couple of quite significant alien species, new alien species as well. And what else do we have? Let's just go through. Just gonna have a look at the list of our episodes now to see what we have that's. We have the early Sontarans, which you've already done a fucking banger drawing of.
I've just applauded myself then. I'll stop that.
We've got and we've got I imagine that at least for their first appearance, the Daleks will be using we would just be using the previous design, and and until we do a proper full on bam, it's the Daleks, their every story, we'll be using previous
To be honest
designs.
with you, personally, there's not many tweaks I'd make. Obviously, this is like a specialist design here, but in terms of the head, that's pretty much. If you remove the packaging and the pouches, that's pretty much all I do to it, head-wise.
And broadly
In the chat, Jay, I haven't been here for very long. Can you explain why all the companions are missing feet?
No.
We will never explain that.
I can do feet sometimes. But yeah, I mean the thing about Daleks is every time you deviate too far from it, it kind of goes a bit rubbish.
Yeah,
so,
I do feel like it's just a design that you don't want to mess with too much.
So we can draw it at some point if you like, but we could probably just explain it.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I think it should be red or whatever,
Yeah, then we've got the Kierans, and the Mildrads, who are we've got broadly speaking, we've not said anything so far about what they look like. We've just got They are a society. One of them is a society of with a very slave-based economy, and the other one is a society just that is happy and prosperous and doing pretty well for themselves without slavery, without anything dodgy like that, at least on the surface.
Okay.
Um,
We could give that a shot if you like.
yeah, I
I'm trying
mean,
to think of what else.
we've also got our Cybermen.
Yeah,
We've got
that's definitely what.
hmm?
No, I was going to say that's definitely what I could get my teeth into the most. That's the thing I like mucking about with.
You do like drawing Cybermen, I have noticed.
I do, don't I?
So, I mean,
um,
story-wise, it makes sense to me personally if we have two designs for the Cybermen. If we have because our first Cyberman appearance, they are really struggling for their numbers, and
Yeah.
they are trying to persuade people to convert with propaganda, because they know that if they go guns blazing and they just kidnap people, they'll just get annihilated by whatever military forces, they're up against, because they're just dwindling in numbers and they're under they don't have many resources. So that Cyberman design, I feel it makes sense to have essentially something very close to the 80s design, but that's been jazzed up a bit. You've already drawn this, I'm aware.
yeah.
You did one for that you put the
That's the first one I did. That was my gateway.
and there wouldn't be much, I feel, visual body horror in this design because they want to persuade people to become this. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, they want the Cybermen to look like an attractive prospect.
Yeah.
It's
Uh,
like
And
it's like I had. Sorry, you go. No.
I was going to say it's very much like a preying on the weak type thing, cult mentality. In the same way that scams will prey on the people that are vulnerable to it. It's like they don't need to persuade everyone. They need to persuade enough people, and they don't. The majority of people will know. Fuck that. Please no thanks.
It's got to be quite shallow.
But
What I've always wanted to do is, I know you definitely think about this with Daleks, is you want to create different factions that are kind of easy for people to pick up on, so you know what it is they do. Like it's instant semiotics, so you understand where they're from, what their purpose is, if that makes sense. So I like the idea
it's like
of
what their role is.
Exactly, of separating the Cyberman's entire timeline into 3 distinct chapters, and then within those distinct chapters have separate variants.
I mean, in our run so far, I feel like we've only covered the first and maybe what could be the start of the second, because we've only got 2 stories with them so far. However, I do think that it makes sense if the second iteration. The second iteration, once they start converting people by force, it makes sense to me if we have sort of a more, because I mean, what's important to me is the Cyberman voices, right? The 80s variants that we show, 100% are being just played by David Banks, who, for those in chat or maybe on the stream, I don't know, but probably not, who are unaware, David Banks played the Cyber Controller in the classic series, and he did such a wonderful, the Cyber Leader voice in the classic series, and he did such a wonderful job that, gotta have that. And he's still around, he's still voicing Cybermen in Big Finish productions, and he sounds better than ever doing it. But then, in terms of, that all looks gorgeous.
Yeah, so this was me trying to break down that variant into different ranks. And that's the leader I came up with originally, but I kind of prefer the more ethereal one afterwards. But I still think that's kind of cool.
Oh, just a little burp there. But I then like the idea that after the propaganda phase has ended and they are strong enough to kidnap people and take them by force, we get a much more drone, so there'll be a few thousand of the David Banks ones knocking around, And then afterwards, when they start being mass produced, we get more of a, in terms of the voice, they sound more like the committee from Spare Parts kind of a thing. They have that, they don't have personality in their voice anymore, because I like the idea that the personality in the voice is to make them seem like a more attractive prospect to people rather than anything else.
That's a good headcanon. I like that, yeah. So are we thinking more very sleek and streamline? And I've always wanted them to be highly reflective, like chrome. Like I
like
don't
the
know if
idea
you've
of
seen The
chrome.
Mandalorian or something. Yeah. So you could have scenes where you see companions' faces screaming in the reflection of one of them.
That's super cool. I like
that's quite a cool idea.
what the aspects I like. I mean, we have said 80s aesthetic, but I feel like for a more drone Cyberman, something closer to what they did in the 60s makes sense to me, with the rounder heads.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah.
And maybe I like the idea. Oh my god, I love the idea of them having just a as they have had previously. I'm not sure. I think it was in 10th Planet, right, where they had lamps on the top of their heads.
Yeah, it was.
I do really like the prospect of them having lamps on their heads. I don't know why. Just aesthetically, I think that works. I like the idea of there being a scene at night where you've got Cybermen looking around and scanning for, doing a sweep for people, and you're ducking away, trying to not be caught by like these essentially spotlights that the Cybermen all have.
I really like the wheel in space variant as a start point.
Those. I feel like we want.
I don't know.
That is a start point, and then the head bars, I guess, go more into a headlamp that is fitted to the top of the head.
So, is it kind of more like, because I like the idea of them being so advanced, it's hard to tell that they're necessarily entirely mechanical, or it's hard to tell what's mechanical and what's organic.
I do like that. I mean, we want some aspect of body horror in here now, right? Because they've stopped trying to hide that. So I don't know if we want like visible human hands like they had in the 10th Planet, or I mean, we had a visible human chin in the in the 80s, which I'm less of a fan of.
I'm a big fan of the chin. I really like that. I'm gonna disagree.
I feel like if we have something like that, instead of them just painting it silver, which I never understood, instead we can have just like technology and wires plugged into the chin, or something.
Oh no! When I say chin, I mean like something like that.
Oh yeah. Like I'm a big fan of that.
Like it's some sort of just like a corpse mouth, and you see it move up and down within the I guess like the glass casing, and perhaps when they talk, the glass casing could glow like a yellow light to indicate who's talking, but you can still see. It's not super obvious, but you can still see it moving up and down.
Oh, I think
that's a nice idea.
That's an animation.
It's a little animation I made for Tharis. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so I prefer the chin and the hands, because I feel as if from a story aspect, hands are quite useful. I don't know why they want them to be the most vulnerable part of the body.
That's true. Chins are also quite useful, but I guess less.
Yeah,
so.
But it's behind like a glass casing.
So one of the most recent messages in chat says cyber cleft.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not entirely sure what it means, but I'm fairly sure it's rude.
Oh yeah, I guess.
I do like the wheel in space one, except the drooling bit under the mouth. I'm not sure what that's about. Because
no, I'm not a fan of that.
Teardrops on each eye, I understand that, and then you got the same pattern on the mouth, which is like, so they're drooling, I guess.
He's hungry.
One thing I do think I want to be done with is I don't want to make it over complex, too many armor segments like the Nightmare and Silver ones. But what was that? Stuart,
Sorry, that's my friend.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought
nice.
I thought that was Stuart in the distance. I thought you'd left your setup and you were yelling from like across the room.
No worries. That's my mate. He's off. He's gone now though.
I feel like we do want them to be able to turn their necks.
Yeah.
I feel that's a bit of an oversight from the early ones.
Something I like about I think it was the invasion ones is it almost looked Egyptian. The way it kind of looked like a sarcophagus death mask, and I thought that was interesting because it kind of made me think maybe there's a part of Telos culture that this sort of design aesthetic is drawn upon from.
They do have sort of Egyptian style tombs, don't they?
Exactly. So I like the idea of sort of imagining that there's a Telosian or Mondasian culture, and there's just some sort of hang-ups that still exist eons down the timeline.
Yeah, I like that, and that plays into like what the story's about because it's trying to play on vulnerable people's insecurities.
Yeah.
Well, this is I think that's the design after that though that we're doing. This is the post vulnerable
So this is the
insecurities
super
design.
advanced one.
This is the
Yeah.
I feel like rather than calling it the super advanced
Well,
one, I feel
they've
like
got to come in stages,
well, I mean,
haven't they?
it is more advanced, but I feel like the thing that they would have advanced towards doing, rather than making the individual unit more powerful, is being able to make them faster and more efficiently. It's being able to build more.
Mm-hmm.
I think the mouth is definitely important because the mouth gets changed to be the the blinking light. No, I'm just thinking in terms the story and like the propaganda that they would have put out. I like the idea of the Cybermen making people feel self-conscious about their mouths.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's like
Shaming people's lips.
shaming people's lips. It's like, does your mouth look wrong? Your lips, they look huge, don't they?
Yeah.
Your mouth is all wet and
Whereas,
gooey.
whereas this design is sleeker.
And then if it has these sort of pistons that come down onto the neck,
I do
sort
like
of
the
helps
neck
to,
pistons.
stabilize it. That's not my idea. I saw somebody else do that
No,
on
I've
design.
I've
and
seen.
I thought it good.
I think I've seen
It's
the
like
design you're referencing.
So that's like people. They have double chins.
Oh, beautiful!
Yeah.
That's the lamp. That's the size I'm thinking.
I'm just gonna see what it looks like with the circular handlebars because I do quite like that kind of ethereal.
I could be a good propagandist for the Cybermen. Do you want to be able to see in the dark?
Yeah,
Strap
breathe
a
in
torch to
space,
your
see in
head.
the dark.
What if they were? I'm just spitballing here, but what if they were pipes instead of solid metal?
If you thought what the handlebars, these bits.
Yeah. What if they were like vaguely flat? I'm not sure if we're moving too far from the original design in a way that will upset people, but what if they are sort of like rubbery pipes?
I think that might look a bit flimsy. I feel like you still want to retain a certain amount of structure, and I think it being rubbery pipes kind of adds a like a flimsiness to the exterior. I don't know. I just something about it being above the head and
True.
it's supporting this light.
But I do want
I don't know,
want the light to also be set into the cranium.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure about the round handlebars. I don't know. I've
I'm
mixed
I'm just
feelings.
impressed about.
I sort of like the idea of them being quite large and square.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Okay. And I think I've gone back on the chin thing. I think the chin works brilliantly when it's got the square head, with the boxy ears. But I think when you take away those, it just isn't going to look right.
I think what
So, in
we
terms of-
have is sorry, you go on actually first.
What I was going to say in terms of how to incorporate the body horror, I reckon just having internal organs visible in the chest unit, like lungs and hearts and stuff, like oozing and pressing up against the glass when they inflate.
I feel like
Stuff
that's
like that.
too much. I wonder if the best way to I feel like that might be too much to just that to the, you know, that like that would be
I like the idea of a visible rib cage.
Yeah.
that's possible. I'm wondering if like the way we do the body horror is we damage them semi regularly and under, you know, one of them gets caught in a blast in the story and then the half the faceplate comes off and you can see the decaying chin.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be the way
Yeah.
to do it.
I mean, they always look better damaged, right?
Because this
I think
drawing,
that's something everybody agrees on.
I don't know, this drawing, just the faceplate already looks. I'm thinking, you know, there's a human person under there, and that's already body horror. Like, I feel like
Yeah.
it is a design that just emphasizes, yep, that's a human being. Because you've given sort of, I think you've given sort of like a very slight. I'm not sure. Like the mouth curves down very slightly, like it's curved very slightly in the way that like
Yeah,
you would
well,
look if you were sad, and I really like that.
That's just the nature of concave shapes. Like this guy here looks like he's smiling.
That's true, actually.
But yeah, no, I noticed that too.
If we actually do make it that shape on the design,
yeah, I'll actually exemplify that a bit. I don't want to go too overboard. I want it to be subtle enough.
yeah, I think that might be too much.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
What was I going to add? Oh yeah, I was just going
I-
to take away the face and see what it looks like. A little human guy underneath. He's got pipes and stuff going up his nose. Shu, what do you think should be added?
Stuart.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about a Cyberman with a moustache.
Yeah. Oh no, he's French. He looks like a Monty Python character. Oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to see if I can get just a brief clip of the voices from. I guess you guys won't hear this, but the stream will. Is like, oh, he's a Chad. Look at him. He's got a very chiseled face.
He does. Chad Cyberman.
I think this has the right voice. Just the chat will. That's loud. The chat will hear this, I think. This is a big finished clip. Yeah.
Who are you? You're not.
Yeah, so that was the voice that we're going for coming out of these guys. Hello, Sam and Stuart. I neglected you for a little bit there. I'm just playing audio.
I assume it was good.
I did a very good job at playing someone else's work. Right. They did good job here. Did like this. Oh, I do like the ribs.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of thinking, like I did on the controller, maybe not have them explicitly be ribs, but if you can have pipes and stuff that suggest a sort of internal bone structure.
Yeah.
So it's not explicit. The same way that isn't a real face. That's a bit of metal with some holes in it. But it
Yeah,
looks like a
yeah.
face. Yeah.
I do like the lung shapes from as well from the lung shapes from the design we were sent.
That's true. Maybe they could be underneath the pipes, and again, that's going to look like a rib cage, right? You have these sort of respirator parts down here, and then these pipes go over the top.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
That's just going to look like it. it may not be explicitly within the canon of the show, but in terms of the inference it gives to the audience, you get it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Okay, how are we gonna shitpost this?
We have to wait for the shitposts to occur naturally, I think. I do like
What
the
chat
massively Chad face that you've put on the Cyberman to the right though. I like the idea of him being handsome Squidward.
Yeah.
Well, I told you give him a Cyberman moustache.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We actually have got
Make him look like Alex Jones.
draw a knob on his forehead. Not an actual one, just like someone has drawn a penis on his forehead, and that's the last thing that happened to him before he was converted, the poor soul.
And that's where his teardrops come from.
Oh no. Oh, that's a good. Someone suggested transparent piping as part of the circulatory system. Seeing blood pumped around would be creepy as fuck. I'm not sure if it should be blood or some other kind of fluid, but definitely if we see that fluid is being pumped through them in a kind of transparent pipe. Although
Yeah,
I do
like that.
feel the worry
Sort of like
there is
cooling
that
fluid.
the worry there might be that it looks too flimsy. If it's like a rubbery pipe, that you could just cut that and then the Cyberman won't get its important fluid. I feel like if it's hard and transparent, we can just assume it's like some material.
Rubber's very durable, right?
I feel like
I mean,
you
it
could
can
still
be space
go,
rubber.
You can go at it with a knife, right? I feel like
Yeah.
a hard transparent pipe is the way to go.
Yeah. I mean, especially if that's the rib cage ones, because rib cages are hard.
And yeah, I feel like we can see blood getting pumped through it. That's something that we might be able to get away with, and if we can't get away with that, some kind of indescript organic fluid that isn't red.
I like the idea of it being sort of like a yellowy bile. I think that would work.
Or like sort of
That'd be nice and gross.
a light pink kind of thing, like a...
Yeah.
There are light pink fluids in the body, aren't there?
Yeah, like a greyish pink.
Or cum. That's how we should put Cyberman. Someone's saying some kind of oozing black liquid.
Oh, I like the idea of that. Yeah, like an ink. Some sort of like cooling fluid or some sort of sustenance. Because I'm going to jump back to this one here. I kind of gave Cyberman a colostomy bag.
Well, that kind of makes sense, I guess,
in this one here.
I mean,
So he's
he
being
would have one, wouldn't he?
Exactly. So he's being fed this fluid that's being pumped out into that thing there, and he's got like painkillers and stuff in his arm, and not that he would need them. He's a Cyberman. Yeah. So
I mean,
something
have you ever
like
listened-
that kind of gives.
Have you ever listened to the, I think it's called Conversion, the audio play, not the one from the Cybermen box series, but the main range one called Conversion.
No.
Or it might be it might be the Hour of the Cybermen. There's a Peter Davison one and there's a Colin Baker one. And in one of them it's made explicit that there's that they before they convert people, they feed them like a cocktail of drugs to make it so that the shock doesn't kill them, essentially. They pump them full of all different kinds of substances.
I like that. I kind of think, especially when it comes to the face, less is more, especially if it's going to be this highly reflective.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think that would look insane if you get to see people's faces reflected in that. It's going to look amazing.
I feel like a big urge to resist is the urge to over-design the Cybermen.
Yeah.
I do feel that basically with our chest model, we've designed our chest module, we've got our face, and we've got our shoulder pads. Broadly speaking, we don't need to add any more whistles or bells onto it.
Yeah, I mean, something I thought about years and years ago, and I kind of dropped this idea. But it might be quite cool if they have like a little mini conversion kit,
Oh, yes.
like a couple of scalpels and stuff.
Absolutely that.
Oh yes,
Um,
totally. Yeah,
These Cybermen want
Yeah.
to be. I mean,
you
just
can
even
buy
for
these.
even for story
can-
reasons, I've got in mind for the future. But just yes, I feel like the idea is a few Cybermen want to be able to perform a conversion on their own without expending extra resources.
Okay, so it could be like in this box
Like-
here, this little metal box.
It could
and
even
it
have.
flips down.
It could
Well,
even
yeah,
have.
'cause they
Like,
they are all about efficiency. That, and we are sending up things like Infowars, and they sell like supplements, don't they?
it could have
What is it they sell? What is it they sell? Brain pills.
brain
pill.
force.
That was it. Yeah.
We could have it for. There are two ideas I'm working with. We could have them have like individual parts of like the Cyberman that are too big. Like on its belt, it just has a Cyberman faceplate attached, or not, as considering whether or not it's actually put its faceplate that it was carrying on a person, or at least it has storage
Yeah.
somewhere to contain Cyberman parts. And maybe not
Or
maybe not every Cyberman has the carrying capacity to carry an entire like spare Cyberman, but between them, they can perform a conversion.
Yeah, like it's kind of their version of a medic.
Yeah.
I
Well,
imagine.
as in,
And
like, I
also,
feel like
if-
they all have some of it, and like an entire group of Cybermen is sent out with the equipment to convert at least like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I like that idea.
That is how we shitpost this. Instead, we have a variant of the Cyberman that doesn't have the light on its head. It's got a nurse's hat with the red cross on it.
I also kind of like the idea that we do incorporate.
Exactly like that.
That we do incorporate elements of modern technology into the design. So we could have on the on where on the respirator section where the grill would normally go, we could just have like a modern screen that shows like installing iOS 5 or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
That just
Yeah.
shows-
Problem with that is it dates it.
not
Well, I
not
guess
specifically iOS 5, but just like installing, updating, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, like maybe it has a fidget spinner attachment on its hands.
On its head.
Instead of a
Right,
lamp, it
on
has a
its
fidget
nose.
spinner. Poor Steve.
Do you remember
here.
fidget spinners?
I have a couple. Still, I like them a lot.
What I was gonna say is about the screen. I kind of prefer the idea of them being more analog. So you could definitely have
makes
lights and
sense to me.
stuff that have a purpose. But maybe in the same way, if you get into a car, it's still got buttons, right? It's not all touchscreen.
Yeah.
But yeah. And
I'm not sure how-
I prefer that.
I like the headlamp, but I'm not keen on the idea of just covering it with lights. More so than I feel as in like the headlamp is clearly like a lamp. It serves a purpose. It uses it to see things. Whereas if it was just covered in
Fidget spinners.
As in like I don't like the sci-fi trope of covering something in lights to make it look like it's from the future, where the lights don't
completely agree.
really serve any kind of purpose that you can
That's-
perceive.
That's a pet peeve of mine. Yeah.
It can look really cool, but like that's broadly speaking it.
Blue.
Should we
Yeah, and it's always blue lights as well.
should we give it a
don't
spare
like blue
Cyberman
lights.
faceplate on its belt, or its equivalent of a belt? Just like a
Oh,
stored
I like that.
a spare cyber.
Yeah.
like, very visibly, it's
Where would
carrying spare Cyberman bits.
Oh! What if it's got a faceplate that looks a little bit more human?
Why is my question?
Because at this stage in the story, they're recruiting people, right? So
No,
they've got to make themselves.
This is the one that
They've got to
comes
make
after the recruits.
Oh, this is the one that comes afterwards. No, I was just thinking because some certain Cybermen will have to. There'll be a marketing class of Cyberman.
That would be the. I think we decided those would be looking mostly like the 80s ones, right?
Yeah.
We'd be getting David Banks in to voice them because holy fuck is he underused. like Hour of the Cybermen proves that he should still be voicing the Cybermen.
I'm just sort of, no, I'm just sort of thinking. I'm just sort of thinking maybe they have different faces for different things that they're doing.
Masks of comedy and tragedy.
Well, I like the idea of rank being established by the higher up one is, the more human it looks.
I'm not sure that.
Then it's kind of like a class system built into it.
I do like. I mean, I like the idea of a class system, but I'm not sure they need that much rank. As in, like, I feel like the controller class and then the drone class is, broadly speaking, most of what we need.
I'd like to add one more class.
Like a
so you've got a
leader.
military class, which is kind of this one, but I'd also like a surf class,
Like
which is like which is like a Mondasian one basically. You're just
Sure.
absolute bog standard slapdash. This guy can do paperwork and maybe pilot a ship or whatever. And that would be the surf.
I'm not sure if they need to look that different from one another. I guess. I mean,
Well, I mean that just from a story perspective, because if it's just going to be a unit to do the bare minimum, like move boxes and stuff, I don't see why they'd waste technology and materials giving it armor and weapons and stuff.
So I almost feel like, I mean, the weapons I'm a big fan of the 80s weapons, and I feel like that's the only 80s thing we keep on this design, right? Is the 80s gun.
Hands down, yeah.
But in terms of armor, I wonder if they could just have armor that they can put on rather than built-in armor.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that, though. That's...
Yeah. Well, because if I go back to one of my old drawings, the idea I came up with here is that's a Cyberman. That's the absolute bare minimum. All it is human minus emotion.
Full, just like a drone conversion where they've... I don't know, I feel like...
and then that's it with clothes on.
I feel like
essentially,
it's
so that's a naked one.
So just without the so yeah, I guess I do like that then, of the drones that don't even have the face plates or
the
handlebars.
It's essentially
even.
naked.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe actually give them handlebars just for the sake of it.
Maybe.
But that's the absolute bare minimum Cyberman.
Yeah.
And it's essentially naked. I've always wanted that.
I'm very pleased with the design we've got coming on here. This is absolutely gorgeous.
I think it looks sick. I'm so happy with the ribcage.
Yeah.
I think we really nailed that. I think that's a really great idea.
I think you've really nailed that.
Oh, thank you. Well, no, it was Chu's idea, actually, the ribcage.
That's true.
Yeah. This is my favourite, though.
Yeah. I feel so genuinely sorry for that man. Isn't like not his death isn't only the body horror tragic stuff. It's done in a way that no one can take seriously. He's
woken up and he's got a nurse's hat on and a fidget spinner attached to his head.
Yeah, he's got the normal body horror stuff, but he's also being made fun of in his horrible living death.
And then he has to go on the internet and sell cyber conversion kits to idiots.
I was just going to ask, where do you think the faceplate should be? But I think right here is probably the best place.
I'm not sure. I feel like maybe more the side of the hip is what I was... Because if it's like... I feel like if it's front and center, it'll almost... I don't know. It'll feel like it's got two faces and it's got a face, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't want to overrule you or anything, but that's just what I'm thinking.
No, it's all good. I'm kind of thinking... I like, again, with this sort of conversion kits thing, I like the idea that if one's damaged, it can take hands off a corpse and fuse it to itself and use them and, like, just take dead body parts and then
that is quite cool.
Fix itself. That's got nothing to do with this. Hang on. What can go... So below the rib cage, how's that gonna look? My instinct is, if we're going with the kind of skeletal design, is kind of have it concave inwards, kind of like
I do
the fabric is its skin and it's sort of malnourished.
I do feel, yeah, we do want, I feel like we do want something fairly basic for the rest of it, though, at least, because we don't want to, we don't want it to be too busy.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. I need to look at my reference book. How to draw people. Okay.
Technically, I woke up early for this because I'm a human mess. I had to set my alarm for the stream so that I wouldn't still be asleep when it started.
I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a good time.
I'm having a very good time.
Yeah. It's like we have power.
Ah, I just kicked something. We do have power. We have all power in the world. Not to go on an ego trip or anything, we do have all power. Super chats come in. We got, what is, in your opinion, Moffat's worst episode excluding Hellbent? The Witch is Familiar, I think, is way up there. Stuart, you're right there.
What? Oh, I'm exploring things on my desk.
There have just been a series of strange noises coming from your microphone for a lot of this stream.
That is true. Hang on, what was that worst Moffat episode that's Ben?
Heaven sent. That's a joke. Definitely a joke.
I'll probably say Twice Upon a... I'd probably say Twice Upon a Time.
Spicy choice.
Ooh, I quite like Twice Upon a Time. I got a soft spot for it. I think it's quite good.
I don't know. I don't know. I just felt really let down by it, considering what it was.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't live up to its hype, does it?
But then again, it never could. So I don't blame them.
But it could still have got closer, I think. That looks like a happy Cyberman mask there.
Yeah, it's the problem with concave. It's got to obey that line there.
Actually, I like the idea of it having a happy face. Because, as I said, I think that it should have different faces for different occasions.
Like a smiler.
Yeah.
I like the smilers. I want them to come back. That's a great design.
see this. It's just like, I see this human subject is in distress. I will employ the emotional face.
Like emojis.
Like the emotional takes its face off and puts a more visually pleasing one on. Because it's like they're inhuman. They don't understand emotions anymore.
It takes its face off in front of someone and shows them its decaying face, and then replaces it with a happy face. Like, look, this is great.
I would love that.
Belly button, no.
Like, I almost feel these guys shouldn't have to talk to each other to communicate. I almost want to get a sense that when they're saying stuff out loud, they're also just streaming it to each other.
Yeah, I've always thought that with Daleks as well. I've always wondered why they need to talk to each other. Like, surely they've got a hive mind.
I'm happy. I'm much more happy with the Daleks talking to each other. I feel like the Cybermen. I feel like the way to communicate this isn't to not have them talk. It's to have them talk, but like they can literally just be on their own talking, and the message is still going through to other Cybermen because they're beaming it, and like they're beaming it, but they're saying it out loud as they beam it. It's just like, I guess a digital.
Would
process.
they even talk English?
Well, I mean, the translator, right?
Yeah, I suppose. But I was kind of thinking, you know, that horrible sound you get on those old computers where they like from the 80s, where they like the sound of computer code. Am I speaking?
Dial-up.
Yeah. Could that
They
perhaps be
speak
how they
dial-up
talk
to
to
each
I love
each
how
other.
you.
other?
I love you. I love how you're saying from the 80s when I remember dial-up.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm a young'un.
Big Cook, Little Cook.
Yeah.
I watched that as a child, Stuart.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Stop
I was
making me feel old.
5. Legs. I mean, their legs essentially. Oh, I suppose what kind of jumpsuit do you want them in? Is it going to be baggy? Is it going to be tight, shiny, reflective?
I
What's your
feel
thoughts
like
on that?
I feel like the wheel in Space One is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I prefer the tighter.
Not sure
Um,
how I feel that it looks kind of like they're wearing stockings.
Well, that's only because of that weird white line there,
Yeah, yeah,
and the
yeah.
fact that they got these bits.
Yeah, so I'm not
It
sure
really
how I
does.
feel entirely about that. But other than that, I do like the.
Make him have stockings.
Is that going to be added to our shitpost Cyberman that he's wearing stockings?
Yeah. Anyway.
I do
So-
feel like just doing anything to shitpostify the Cyberman makes it more horrifying. Because like attaching a joke to some body horror makes it creepier.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, but Cyberwoman.
But that wasn't
that's
even
not
supposed to be
creepy.
a joke. That's funny because it wasn't meant to be a joke.
I still don't understand how that happened. Because that must have gone through levels and levels of design iterations and OKs from various executives and prop makers and blah blah blah. I don't know how it happened.
Well, it's just
You're assuming that anyone high up gave much of a shit about Torch.
as well. It was just
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
their
It
MO
was a cheap
just,
little BBC Three show.
for a while. It was
Yeah.
just, hey, Doctor Who and sex, meld those. That's your job. It's like yep, that's what they did that with Cyberwoman. She's like designed to be sexy. It's like, oh, we're gonna have a Cyberman that's half converted and not quite finished, and loads of like human flesh is gonna be exposed. I'm like, oh, so you're doing a body horror? It's like, no, we're doing porn. She has little cyber
That's just
heels.
That's what I can't get past. It's the heels.
I can't get past any of it because it's like, I understand that what they're trying to do is they're trying to use partial conversion of an excuse for her to be mostly naked, but the parts that they convert her with are not. She's got like fucking little titty cups on that are like metal, like metal molded breasts. I'm like, that's not a part of any Cyberman. At no point do they ever show, right, it's time for us to add the breasts. Why the fuck am I? Why are you trying to convince me this is just a partially converted Cyberman and that's the only difference? You gave her heels.
I didn't even look like metal either. It was some really horrible sort of ABS foam they used instead of metal, and it just was shocking. It was cheap and it looked bad. It should have just been a guy in wearing normal clothes with a Cyberman head, and then just buffed up his suit a bit.
It's
That
like,
would look fine.
I'm thinking about H. Bomber Guy's videos again because they just keep coming up, I guess. Where
Delicious sauce.
Yeah, the part where he talks about how they defeat the Cyberwoman by spraying her with a delicious sauce so that a pterodactyl eats her.
Oh, it's like a fever dream, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, that's like, I don't know why, because that's only funny in the way that he says it. Like, you could totally have I don't know, actually. I guess you could have a story where someone defeats a villain by spraying them with some kind of sauce that a monster likes and then it eats them. But just summing it up and summarizing that as they defeat her by covering her in a delicious sauce.
Yeah. I feel like I'm kind of done with this now because legs, I mean, they're not going to look that much different to these guys' legs.
Yeah.
I feel like all the interesting stuff is
Definitely.
that.
And it is gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
It's beautiful.
I'll do a proper fancy drawing of that one, I reckon.
lovely.
I'll send that to you. Get you a nice print.
I could totally print that out and put it up.
Let me do it.
I mean, actually, you know what? While I've got my
Chat.
webcam on, would you discuss you two discuss what the next thing is that we want to cover, right? And I will quickly fetch the print of your art that I have to show on webcam.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Stu, shall we do the absorber off?
Ooh, do the yes.
How
No,
should we
100%.
change it?
I'm 100% behind that.
Maybe the heads in the body could kind of be decaying into a skeletal. With big sunken eyes and stuff.
Yeah, definitely change the eyes and the hair.
Yeah. Maybe you could have like a more aggressive Mohican like that. And he's just got a slightly angrier face. And he's got his... Yeah. Doesn't he wear underpants? Or am I...
Yes, he does.
Oh my god. Oh, I thought I dreamt that. I think that makes it worse. It's
a
like
very
accusing to me naked. Oh.
Well, kind of. I think there is some sort because Love and Monsters is about like people and their relationships. So I think there is some sort of underlying sexual undercurrent going on.
Yeah. Yeah, if you meant to want to fuck the absorber off. Yes.
I don't know.
It
Maybe I'll
is
do a
quite
he.
sexy.
Maybe I'll do a He Who Moans on Love and Monsters.
I'd like that.
You know, reanalyzing it now that we're far enough away from it, people don't really see it as like, oh my god, it's the worst thing in the world. But, well, then again,
I see it absorber
then again, people
Yeah.
now think that Chris Chibnall's era is the worst thing.
Anyway, I've got
I
some
think
art here.
Love and Monsters is okay.
Here it is. It's on stream. It's the art from the thumbnail. I really like this one a lot. So I decided to get it printed out and put it up in my apartment. I've not got a place to put it up yet. I've not found the right spot. But it will be up, because I've got it. So, would you like to explain the absorbaloff I can currently see?
I'm just making it spooky scary.
It is definitely spooky scary.
Yeah.
No, we were just talking about how, you know, because like Love and Monsters is about human relationships, and you know, essentially there's a section where the guy has gone to Jackie's flat for sex.
Right.
And we just thought, and you know how the Absorbaloff like is mostly naked except for his like pants thing. Are we thinking that there's some sort of sexual undercurrent for the reason that the Absorbaloff is doing this?
I do
definitely
kind of
makes
get
it
that
more
vibe
disturbing.
from him, that he gets off on it.
Yeah. Because like, you know, there's this production company called
Like the Vor.
yeah, you know, there's this production company called BBV who does some
Yeah.
who they did the Zygon porn, which is basically a story about a guy who's a Zygon on Earth, and like there's a sexual element to, you know, like turning into other people. I think the BBV should do an Absorbaloff porn.
I agree.
Mm.
Are they don't still exist, do they?
They do still exist.
Oh shit.
And
They put something out as recently as like when did they put something out? It was another probe thing, I think. Several years
film?
ago. It was a direct-to-video thing. Because that's what
Wow.
they do, like low budget stuff. I don't know
Yeah,
if
no,
they'd have the. I don't think they'd have the rights to do the Absorbable. Channel Pup, if you're watching, contact BBV and make them do an Absorbable off porn.
I thought the whole thing was that it started out without the rights to any of it, and then they got sued.
Oh yeah, there's a load of dodgy shit in there.
wasn't that when they were doing audio? But I think by the
Yeah.
time they graduated to screen, I think they had the rights.
No, because they did a bunch of films called The Stranger.
The Stranger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which were Doctor Who
Yeah,
and
that was it.
everything but name. Where they cast Colin Baker as a character called the Stranger, and
That
Nicola
was during
Bryant
the Wilderness years.
as a
Yeah.
character called Miss Brown.
This happened,
Quentin
but they
Reeves
just
has
sort
a
of
good
got
video about this.
they got the rights to do some random films with Doctor Who monsters, like they did the Auton film, Zygon.
I don't know why you get the rights to Zygon and go, right, porn.
Why not?
That's the natural place to take these creatures. Are you making him fleshy coloured? Is that what's happening now with this? No, there he goes. There's
It's
the green.
gonna be. No, it's gonna be more of a fleshy tone. Blech.
What if he's all
Yeah,
like
that's
motted
kind
with green and fleshy tones mixed in?
Yeah,
I'll
Jay,
do
you do realise that now that this is canon, we have to do an Absorbable story in series 3.
Well,
Yeah.
we can't do this. We've already talked about We've already talked about the fact that I guess we could reveal it here. Series 3 is going to be isn't going to be a conventional one. We're doing like three serials and then a 60th. So that means that I guess one of our serials would have to be an Absorbaloff story.
Well, it'd have to have an Absorbaloff in it somewhere. Because there are multiple Absorbaloffs.
That's true.
They're from the planet Clom.
They are from the planet Club.
There we go.
I'm just enjoying the fact that, like, without I like the idea that that Doctor Who doesn't actually exist, and you're just mad. And what you've just said to me is there are multiple Absorbaloffs. They're from the planet Klon, and that only makes sense to you.
There we go. That's my.
That's terrifying.
Right. So now that's got to be in the story. You owe me that.
I agree. It is fucking terrifying. Oh, the Absorbaloff is such a fucking terrifying concept.
It's horrid, right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine being trapped in that. Like, what happens to the rest of your body? It's like your body, like, crushed up like a Coke can inside, and it's just your face poking out. I don't know.
So, what should we get to next? I guess. Will we just go until one of us drops?
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I can keep going.
So, I guess I will get.
I want to go have food soon, but I can keep going.
Well, I guess. I guess we could technically still go without you. I don't particularly want to, but if we're going to lose any of the three of us and carry on for a bit, and then you could even come back, I guess, once you've had your food, if you want. That's
That is
also
true, I
plausible.
suppose. All right, what do you want to do? All right, what do you guys want to do next?
I mean, what?
TARDIS?
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, we've not done it. You mean like a TARDIS interior?
Yeah. Well, both.
I guess.
But mainly the interior.
Yeah, the interior, definitely. He has to have a lot of bookshelves because our Doctor is a lit nerd.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Bookshelves in the console room.
I completely agree with that. I want to do the Eighth Doctor's one again, basically, but slightly different.
I think
But
maybe
like a more classic format.
smaller than the Eighth Doctor's one. Because that's sort of this grand, that's this grand cathedral of a room. Whereas I think.
Yeah. I want it to be more of like a classic format, but with the sort of gothic affectations.
I feel like it could be. I feel like walking into the console room, you want to feel like you're walking into his office. You're walking into the place where he does all of his his reading and his or not even his office, his study. He has a study and it's his console room.
A gentleman's study.
Yeah, very much so. What kind of console do we favor? I like the wood paneling of the 70s. The 70s wood paneling, but sort of executed in more of a conventional console type way.
I'm kind of... No, that's not what I meant to search. I'm kind of in favor of basically starting out with a classic interior. If I just get a picture of that up, and then we just add bits on top.
I
make
like
it fairly transparent.
the idea of it being basically the classic interior, but I would like to add more wood, I think, or some kind of other unconventional spaceship material, like...
definitely. I just mean
stone or exposed brick. Yeah, definitely proportions-wise.
Okay, let's find a good image then.
I do like that for most of the stream we're just perpetually getting strange noises from Stuart's end.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep doing that.
I think that's a good start point. Oh, actually, that one. Yes.
That one was gross, Stuart.
Perfect.
At some point, we're going to have to show the fan art that we got for this, but I feel like this is not the stream for that. We'll do that at the start of the next writing stream.
Yeah, that's probably the best place for it.
The thing that bugs me about that room, the only thing is that the console is so clearly off-center.
We can fix that.
Is that you slurping the console into the center of the room?
I'm doing Foley art.
Foliage.
Yeah.
Foliage. Plants.
Right
No,
away.
Foley work. As in sound
I'm
effects.
thinking another gallery on top, another walkway on top of here.
Sure, yeah, sure, that makes sense to me. I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah. I feel like I don't want it to go all the way around because that would make it feel too extravagant, maybe. But like one that goes part of the way.
Yeah. Maybe we should just start on the console then, and then because that's the most important part, and then we see how that informs the space.
Do we want it to go all the way up to the ceiling?
Yeah. Okay. Something I like, and I know it's a bit on the nose and a bit tacky, but I saw in one of the Big Finish trailers the time rotor looked like a big hourglass.
Maybe.
How do you two feel about that?
I do favor more of a simple bare bones one. I think. I mean, Matt Smith sort of looks a bit like an hourglass, doesn't it? The first one he had.
Yeah, it looks
I
a
like
bit like
that.
something.
I like the idea that the time rotor's just got a shelf built around it. And that he puts scraps on it. And
Here or here?
there, the second one, but maybe not that low enough for him to reach.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a man. Okay. So what aesthetic are we thinking of? Just the baseline aesthetic? Obviously, bits will be added on top.
I do feel like Gentleman's Study is an aesthetic, maybe.
Yeah.
Where you have, and then that would mean a lot of wood, and like probably some metal fixtures around, but that's maybe incorporated into the design of the room. But the basis is still the like the sci-fi material that the classic TARDIS is made of, but there's just some wood paneling in there as well.
Yeah, like he's fixed it up. That
Uh,
makes sense.
what if we had the wall with the roundels on it, but it's also just got some old-timey wallpaper? What if, oh no, so
Yeah.
what if the walls without the roundels have got some old-timey wallpaper?
Mhm. Okay, I like that.
And there's just
Draw
random,
bits and bobs to go on there.
yeah, random junk on a shelf. I feel like it can't be anything too big, or it'll definitely fall off in. If we're doing the whole like, the TARDIS is you know, that flying in the
could
TARDIS
be
often is buffety and.
I mean, right around for that, you could say it's magnetic.
I
Kind of
guess.
feel like that
Um,
thing, but that's only if you want to. And then this thing here, I don't know. What should this look like? Yeah, I think actually an hourglass could be quite cool, because then you could have this sort of space sand or whatever moving up and then moving down again, up and down.
maybe.
Like it's being
I feel
it's like it's sort of defying gravity.
I feel like if we're talking in terms of practically, if we're doing a set that we're in a consistent amount, we probably don't want anything that's going to take too much effects work to constantly realize.
That's true.
I don't know. Maybe. I think personally, I prefer a classic thing, but I guess I am one vote. Stuart, what do you prefer as being inside the column?
The sort of thing. Yeah, I think it being a sort of hourglass type.
Yeah,
All right.
I like the hourglass idea.
Because
Maybe
it gives it a sort of old timey aesthetic, and that's kind of what we're going for.
Yeah. Perhaps it's multiple. Hang on, I'm just gonna do a clever drawing
if
trick.
it's the sort of glass molded shape of an hourglass, but it continues all the way up with more chambers, I guess they would be called.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So it's a repeating pattern.
It's like an hourglass, but more.
In terms of wallpaper, by the way, I like the idea that he's only wallpapered the wall that has the scanner in it, because that's the oh, that looks gorgeous. He's only wallpapered the wall that has the scanner on it, because that wall doesn't have roundels on it to get in the way. So he's actually wallpapered it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is. You know what? Yeah, that's gorgeous.
But they'd be more even than what there. Hang on, I'm gonna redo that. It wasn't right. Make it.
I feel
right.
like I don't know. Maybe if the bottom. I don't know. Actually, ignore me. I'm saying unformed thoughts. Got super chat in. Cybermen are bad because they run on diesel and that's polluting the atmosphere. I think they should modernize them and make them run on horse cum, like Kit Pedler intended.
Is that more ethical?
Depends how you're getting it, I guess.
Is that the ethical future we're all heading towards?
Horse cum power.
Instead of talking about how much horsepower you've got in a car, how many gallons of horse cum?
That brings a whole new meaning to the word horsepower.
Well, I suppose because we kind of want to drop hints that Jodie is kind of sympathetic towards the villains throughout the series, so we bring up the fact that the Cybermen run on solar power.
She's not generally just sympathetic to villains as a whole. She's more so very militant and you know, believes she's the kind of person to make the tough decisions, which is what leads her towards doing that later in her life. And you know, she's not just overtly villainous, more so
I'm just no, I'm just saying that we bring up lots of social. So I think the Cybermen running on solar power is an idea.
Sure.
I mean, you could. I mean, I imagine they've probably got a more efficient. If they're that advanced, they've probably found a more efficient way to power stuff than dead dinosaurs.
Got a Jay show them
The Cybermen invented a perpetual motion machine.
We've got a super chat in saying Jay show them the Alan Rickman trailer. Yes, there is a trailer, a fan trailer that someone did. I'm not sure that I can show that on stream though, because I think it uses copyrighted music and visuals. But what I can do is I can, when we go through all of the fan art, because we will do that on stream at some point.
Wait, there's a fan trailer? I haven't heard of this.
Someone made a fan trailer using clips of Alan Rickman and things. And
I think I saw parts of that.
I'm not sure that I can show that on stream, but what I can do is I can mention that on stream, be like, yeah, it was cool. And,
oh yeah, definitely send me a link.
And then we can
I haven't seen that.
link that to the audience if anyone then wants to check it out. And then as well, instead of playing it on stream, you get the I'm guessing you're the creator, I don't know, of that trailer. You will then get the views of everyone watching the stream also going to watch along with it. I like the shapes. I'm not sure how I feel about the sand being in there.
Yeah,
I really like the sand.
I think it's cool. I like the idea of the sand going down and then
Maybe it's
sort
not
of moving
sand.
in an unnatural way.
What if it's a fluid?
Yeah.
Everything is a fluid.
Well, I'm not imagining literal sand. Kind of like a gritty sort of free-flowing gas thing that moves in unpredictable ways and is multiple colors, kind of like mainly black but a bit of purple and green and stuff.
I feel like we
kind
do
of
want
shiny.
something that we can achieve with a physical effect that's actually done in-house. Not in-house, is that the word? An effect that's actually done
Post-production.
No, the other one that's actually visible on set as it's being filmed.
Pre-production.
Is that pre-production? Okay. It's just a practical effect that's actually being done on the day, as in like
it's just production. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can. Yeah, I mean, we can think of another one then. Yeah, water would be good.
With the shelf, I like the idea that you get loads of buffeting that throws the entire cast all around, in the TARDIS because it's a really bumpy ride. And then at the end of it all, one thing just gently falls off the shelf. Oh, that's a really pretty place to put the scanner, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But
I'm kind of going with the Victorian design.
Are we going to have a separate scanner on the wall and on the...
yeah, I mean, I imagine that's more of a computer than a scanner.
I guess so, yeah.
Something he'd work on as he's piloting.
I do. One of my favorite aspects of the I'm not sure if it was there by Eccleston's day or if it was a tenant edition. The post-it notes on the scanner written in Gallifreyan.
That's lovely, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was an Eccleston era
I feel like we want some rather than post-it notes. I think we just want like notes, like just random papers written with scrawled Gallifreyan just around the place.
Mm-hmm.
I also
like the idea of there being a few books up here.
I do like the fact that is that shelf big enough for books?
It depends. It depends on how big the books are.
That's very true. I like,
but just I'm thinking of like manuals and stuff. Maybe like an atlas.
I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Where was I? How dare you! I will scorn you for this. I can just go back and listen to the recent part of the stream.
I'm not imagining literal sand, kind of like a thing. Like maybe
I've just realised the physical effect that's actually the entire stream can hear this as well. No, the other one that's actually just
yeah.
Yeah.
We can think of another one then. Yeah, water would be good.
With the shelf. Oh yeah, I guess it was just scrawled Gallifreyan notes around the place, right?
Yeah.
Just on random bits of paper that he's got. I think that was it.
Mm-hmm.
TARDIS colour scheme. I think I think we've sort of naturally decided upon, I think at least, the white of this console room, but with lots of wood paneling and Victorian shit in it. But like,
Yeah.
oh, should it have a
I'm
carpet?
I think
Sorry,
a
go on.
rug, like a Persian rug, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go completely left field and say I don't think we should have the grey, but
Right.
instead, have you seen Loki?
I've not seen Loki.
Have you seen
No.
parts of Loki?
I've seen his head
In the
and shoulders.
final episode, there is this really awesome designed palace thing, which is it's black, but it has this
Is it
gold and
Kang's
purple
Palace?
marbling. Yeah, have you seen that?
I'll Google it.
That's what I'm imagining for the base theme. It's completely different from the neutral grey, but it does look good. It looks really good.
I feel like it's. I do like that actually. I was
It's
gonna
kind
say.
of marbly.
I was gonna say it feels a bit like rich and aristocracy, but then that's where the TARDIS comes from initially, doesn't it? You know, it's the
It's very Gallifreyan. Yeah.
Gallifreyan aristocracy kind of vibe. Yeah, I do like that.
And I like the idea of it being a darker color because I don't think the grey works on any level. Sorry, classic Who. I think it needs to be quite a dark color, and then you have light objects, and that's how you make a room look good. I think.
I also just canonically, and I guess this has just happened naturally over the course of Doctor Who's history, that Gallifreyan seems to be the only language that the TARDIS never bothers to translate. And I like that. I
Yeah.
like the idea that that's just hard coded into the TARDIS. That, well, this is for Time Lords. We can read Gallifreyan. You know, that they haven't. That's how they've designed it. They don't care to entertain the prospect that other people who don't speak their language might ever want to use a TARDIS translator.
That is
I
a
think
very good way of explaining something that no one thought of when designing those sets.
I think they referenced it in Good Man's Go to War
Oh,
with
do
the Cots. Yeah, I think so. Oh, and then it should have a little typewriter.
Oh, I like that.
Ooh, I like that too.
Yeah. Have you seen Brazil?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wanna watch
You know
that
the
again.
computer. It's a great film. It's one of my favorite films. You know all the computers in that are like a typewriter with a big magnifying glass as a screen.
I've not seen
That's
Brazil.
just one of my favorite. Oh, it's a good film.
I've also not heard of
really-
Brazil.
It's Terry Gilliam. Just one of my favorite directors. He's very weird. It's absolute. He's very Doctor Who-y, actually. I think you'd like
Yeah,
it.
kinda.
Yeah. Robert De Niro plays a Father Christmas assassin person.
That sounds fucking fun.
It's very good. Yeah. So, yeah, a typewriter down there. I think that's cool.
I guess
I'm gonna go with.
are we doing wooden console? Is that?
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
think wooden console with brass fittings.
I don't want to go too steampunk with it.
No,
Um,
no cogs.
no cogs, no gears.
I don't like that. Yeah, I agree. I've never got the steampunk thing.
I mean, I like it when I like it in stuff like Dishonored, where it's but it's not the full steampunk aesthetic. It's just sort of a bit of it. And you
haven't
can
seen
argue,
that.
I think, that it's not steampunk really, but it is. But Dishonored's a game.
Oh, okay.
It's very fun.
I remember
Hmm?
one of my years at art college. I sort of world built this whole aesthetic, and then I made a model set for it. I posted it on Twitter a few times. The idea of it was kind of a mix between the 1920s sort of slum aesthetic and cyberpunk. And so it has lots of like dial-up phones with like old 80s computer screens on it, and like candlestick phones with all buttons and switches and stuff that kind of looks sci-fi. And
After this
Yeah,
stream
that's
ends, I'm
quite
going to
good.
order a pizza, I think.
I'm going to cook something healthy.
Oh, well, the thing is,
gonna
I'm currently waiting on my next shopping to arrive because I order my groceries like a degenerate. But until that arrives, I, broadly speaking, have an excuse to order in instead of cooking. That's my schedule. I will order in my ingredients for my actual meals. I'll use them all up, and then I'll order something new when I realize I'm getting low. And then like I'll have 1 or maybe 2 days where I order food in, and that's my excuse to order food in. And if I tell myself if I order food in on any other day, I'm being bad. But I might still do it. Jay, watch Brazil. Maybe I will, chatter. An oscillating pendulum that randomly hits the Doctor in the veggies.
Maybe a bit too slapstick there.
Well, I think chat's just on the ball with the fact that they feel they need to make a shitpost version of our TARDIS. Are we keeping the hat stand? Just a hat stand with an Ushanka on it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
I told you I want it to be a running joke where the Doctor wears shit hats. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
But I like the idea that he wears one of the hats he would have always worn in the classic series, and someone just says to him, "All right, milady."
The Doctor gets red pilled. That would be a bad story.
What? We should write that into our next arc, Stu, that the Doctor becomes a Redditor.
That would be funny if in the new Matrix movie, Neo gets a different type of red pill.
Oh yeah, are they gonna have to acknowledge that?
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Maybe they don't.
I hope
have
they
to.
don't.
You know, I hope they don't.
I think that.
If acknowledging it would be a mistake, they could do some kind of satire based on it, you know. But actually overtly saying it, I feel would be massively cringe. And that's my criticism of it. Not anything other than it would be cringe. In terms of paneling and displays and buttons and switches, what were we thinking? Hey.
So I guess if we think about it as a spectrum from William Hartnell to, I guess, Matt Smith, in terms of
There is a
Tweety
fidget
button.
spinner. There is a fidget spinner on the console.
yes, there's
actually
multiple fidget spinners.
Kind of genuinely
Sort of-
like the idea of there just being in the background on a shelf, there's a fidget spinner. Like that's just one of the
Yes.
items on one of the shelves.
Oh, what was that? That was one of the things that I liked about Listen, where there was this sort of weird, fleshy goop stuff that Clara has to stick her fingers into.
Oh, what's that called again?
Again, that's just I feel like that's a brilliant quote for Stuart. Doctor Who isn't real. No one knows what you're talking about.
It's called the telepathic circuit, wasn't it?
I do like big switches and levers, things that you get a real sense of, things that look like they would actually be satisfying to physically use, like toggles. You know, have you ever used like one of those classic flip toggle switches that's like a tiny little lever that has like a click in it, you know? Those are really satisfying to flip, those switches. Remember when I was a kid, my parents would take me to the space center, and there was like a model shuttle in there that you could go inside and sit in, and all of the switches were toggle switches, and I just spent fucking ages using them. They didn't do anything. That's the kind of thing.
Did you see some of the concept art for Matt Smith's TARDIS?
I think I did. Was it the one where he had like stained glass windows?
No, the one where it was entirely touchscreen, and I hated it.
Oh no, please no.
Oh my god. Can you imagine that? A touchscreen TARDIS.
I feel like
Because
that's someone's just gone, logically, that would be the next step, and please don't do that, please. In the same way that I don't like that they, as the classic series went on, they kept updating the TARDIS with contemporary technology. I'm like, please stop doing that.
It just looks cute now.
Yeah, it does look cute. I feel like we just want loads of dials and levers that look like they would be satisfying to pull. I also do like a lot of the original 60s like gauges, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm down with that. Shall we just pretend that I've drawn them all, because it can take a while?
Let's do that. I've just thought, give our Doctor gauges.
Did you say gauges or did you say gauges?
Gauges is in his ears. That's the shitpost version of our Doctor. He has a massive beard, facial tattoo, and gauges.
I found the art that I was thinking of. I don't know if it's actually concept art or like official concept art or fan art. It looks like concept art, but this is the one that I like with the and honestly I wish they'd gone with it for Matt Smith's era because it's so gorgeous. Wow, okay, there we go. Let me see if I can find it on my laptop so I can actually send it in chat.
Have any of you seen that YouTube channel that does those incredible TARDIS renders?
Yes.
They're brilliant. Can we just get him to do it?
What's that TARDIS
They're
called?
all perfect.
Are we doing a round scanner?
I think so. I like the idea of a round scanner and it's got curtains.
I like that actually, yeah.
Red curtains.
And this wall is like wallpapered. I like that as a concept.
I do really like the stained glass ceiling thing.
That looks pretty great. Maybe not for the Doctor. I can imagine the Master having something like that because it's quite grandiose.
Well, I feel like in the concept art that we've got there, it doesn't look that grand and bombastic. I feel like I feel like I could see the Doctor relaxing in that room. It's less extravagant than like the TV movie TARDIS.
Yeah, I suppose it'll be a pain to build though, with that stained glass. But yeah, it looks great.
I'm looking at wallpaper patterns now. Oh yeah, something like that. That's the kind of vibe. But maybe in a nice red. Yeah, chat, you're not going to be able to see the images that we're sending to each other. You're just going to have to use your imagination. Nice. I'm just building up a wallpaper mood board here.
I like that.
I imagine
that in green.
Yeah. I imagine when you incorporate like a texture like that, do you use like a file that is just a texture and incorporate and then like angle it correctly?
I could do. I guess, but I probably just, because this is a sketch, I'd probably just scribble some shapes on and go, it's going to look like that in the final drawing or whatever. I like this curtain idea. I'm happy with the way that's coming out.
In terms of I do like the curtain. What colours are the curtains?
Red.
I agree.
Red on a green wallpaper. And then this
I'm not sure.
Window has a...
I'm not sure about the green as a wallpaper.
You think that might be too dark?
I don't know. Maybe... I guess I'm just sort of in my mind. I'm married to the pattern I already showed you in its current colours of like yellow and brown.
Oh, the yellow's good. Yellow's good. I just wouldn't want it in red. I think red is one of those colours that if you use it too much, it drowns everything else.
Yeah, fair.
You need little hints of red. And then maybe as well as the curtain, it's got one of those I forgot the name of it, but like that spirally.
Sphincter. I'm sorry.
Is that what it's called?
No.
No, okay.
Well, it just reminds me of
you know
Jack and
what, you know what I
Daxter.
mean. I don't know what that is.
Oh, they've got beautiful design aesthetics, so
Check them out.
they have a precursor race in that series of games who build like these crazy temples with this awesome architecture style that I really like.
Hmm.
Actually, like, you know, I'll send a picture of a Jack and Daxter temple in chat as well.
Stu, what else do you think should be in the TARDIS?
Well, like I said, definitely lots of bookshelves.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, okay.
I feel it's important we don't limit ourselves to stuff that's like of the Victorian era. Like I feel like we should
Yeah.
have like a 2010s or 2000s MP3 player in there as well, of just like these big speakers or like an 8.
Well, like I said, fidget spinner.
Well, yeah, there's already a fidget spinner there on his shelf.
What else is from the 2010s? It's a very uninteresting decade.
You could have quite a lot of meta jokes if you get stuff from like 2005. Like what's something a companion used? Maybe not meta joke. Maybe that's the wrong term. But
Here's a
what's
Jack
a
and Daxter
thing from
temple, by the way.
2005? Oh, cool. Yeah.
A Nintendo GameCube.
Oh my god!
a
Yes.
Nintendo- He's got a Wii, and it's wired up.
He's got a. Oh my god! Yes, he's got a Wii. And it's wired up to the scanner.
Yeah. It lives there.
I feel like if we ever see him using it, it's a bit too much. But I just like the idea that it's there. I feel like it might want to be on like a table or something.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, he's definitely got a Wii. Yeah, the best part about this is the set dressing.
Yeah,
The little nods and winks.
Um,
I think any other console just isn't as funny as him having a Wii.
I like the idea that he's got like a GameCube as well, or
I don't know what one of those is.
I only vaguely noticed. One of the classic consoles.
PS2. It was Nintendo's version. It was the Nintendo rival during the PS2 and Xbox, the original Xbox era.
Is it the one with the console that's shaped kind of like that?
It's not an actual cube. That's the funniest thing about it.
I'm
The
going to
Xbox
put
is
an actual
actual
cube
X.
down there.
No, that's true, but it does have an X on it, so
That's true, and it is a box.
The PlayStation is an actual station.
You can catch a train from it.
The play train. Yeah. Got his Wii.
God, I feel old talking with people who don't know what a GameCube is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was active in gaming during that era. I just never they never crossed my radar.
I don't game, so any of your references are going to be lost on me.
Well, the GameCube
I
first
don't
came
have-
out. Well, the GameCube first came out in 2002,
Mhm.
Could we just give him like?
which is almost 20 years ago now.
Could we just give him like a sarcophagus or something that's just in the room, like something that he's
Yeah.
clearly acquired on a travel to somewhere?
Yes, definitely.
He has an Iron Maiden.
I feel
Yeah,
like
an Iron Maiden.
is that a bit too sinister? Is my question there?
It could be it could have like bubble wrap on the inside. A bubble wrapped Iron Maiden.
Because I do feel like, you know, a lot of what we're doing here is we're character building with all of this stuff, you know, that we're putting in here.
He has a gimp mask on the side of the console.
We could just have like a little whip. If that's never explained.
Horsecock dildo.
I
in
like the idea
background.
of it being an open sarcophagus that's full of books. It's used like a
Yeah.
bookshelf.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
really cool.
yeah.
Yeah, gonna redraw that.
I do
Yeah,
think
like he's running out of space.
we want to keep the hat stand, right?
Definitely, that's a staple. It's just something he would have. Oh god, hang on, I need to get a reference. I can't draw from my head. What other bits and bobs are we thinking?
I want to turn this to chat and just see that. I mean, we want as well. We definitely just want like a comfy chair, right?
Yeah.
A comfy chair,
Um,
specifically an old television
yeah, an old
with
television.
a laser disc player.
I don't know. Maybe are there enough? Does he have enough screens? I guess you're not watching movies on the round display or whatever.
He's playing the Wii on it.
That's true. He is playing the Wii on it. I like the idea that it just instead of filling the screen, it just has really weird letterboxing because it's a round display. Someone said a gnome. I like that.
A
Yeah,
little gnome,
gnome.
yeah. I suppose we are being quite Earth-based. What extraterrestrial? I can't say that word. What ET stuff is there?
I mean, I guess that would have to be either it would just be like an unknown object that the audience will not recognize, or it could be
A plumbus.
a plumbus.
Oh, totally a plumbus.
Or it could be, a reference to previous Doctor Who stuff.
How about like a mini action figure of a Croton?
What, he's just got Doctor Who
Yes.
merch.
Yeah, he's got Doctor Who merch.
Because
like
Doctor Who pencil case.
because just sort of like maybe like a specific alien has become like a cultural artifact because they invaded once.
Yeah, well, they do that with Marvel all the time. And I suppose, like in Jubilee, where the Daleks just become part of culture.
Yeah, I like the idea of the
okay.
Crotons becoming part of culture.
You're going to have to remind me as to what a Croton is. I know the name.
It's a little piece of bread they put in a salad.
No.
Did a joke.
I made the joke.
The joke about the Crotons.
Oh, that's a good one. Someone suggested one of the cubes from The Power of Three. I do like that. I like.
Yes.
I think that is just
definitely.
something he would have.
Definitely.
A lava lamp, a vervoid head. I feel like decapitated heads might not be the vibe.
And it wouldn't look like that.
Well, yeah,
It
he's
wouldn't
not
look
like he's not like a
vertebrae head.
hunter who like decapitates monsters and puts them on like a plaque on the wall.
A twister mat.
Oh yeah, definitely a twister mat because
Twister,
that
yeah.
episode that goes in the 80s.
Someone said a lava lamp. I like that conceptually. I'm not sure where it would go.
You can find a place.
I'm probably gonna head off soon and do my dinner for the record.
That's very
Okay.
allowed.
That's fair enough.
Sorry, Stuart. I can't permit that.
You must starve.
Food is outlawed.
A Cyberman head sitting on the shelf. That makes more sense to me. If he's going to have anything's head, I feel like a Cyberman head makes the most sense. Or like a Dalek.
Ironically,
part.
it's kind of the least grotesque.
Yeah.
Matt Smith. Yeah, well, yeah, didn't Matt Smith have that Cyberman head?
You did.
Handles. Yeah.
I agree with the person in the chat who says a bop it.
Oh, Buffett, yeah. Just a
Buffett,
Buffett on one of
yeah.
the shelves.
What about Alexa?
I feel like it. I don't feel like he has an Alexa.
No, okay.
I feel like I feel like I feel like very much so. All the way up until now, if he wanted voice control technology, he could have just installed it, but he's
Yeah.
never has.
I'm just trying to think of commonplace 21st century stuff.
Or just items or whatever from anywhere or anywhen.
A box of COVID tests.
What if we just put in the background a little
Bad.
book? What if we just put in the background I don't know, what if we put like a shelf that's like implied, that's got loads of books on it that have titles that like imply they're from the future. So like, I don't know, like whatever book would be written.
The Last Seagull. Yeah. The Day
Um,
the Seagulls.
Humanity. Why they died and why they couldn't stop it.
Encyclopedia 2059, and then just hide one on that shelf that just subtly says Bible 2.
Yeah, Bible 2 is the winner there.
That's brilliant.
I feel like that's the
Definitely
that's
having
the
that.
sarcophagus shelf, right? That's what's in there.
Yeah, the second Bible.
People are saying a
Yeah,
Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, that's enough. I'd say that the sarcophagus shelf is full of books from the future, and when he invites his companion in, Jodie, she says, "Can I read any of those?" And he goes, "No, those ones not for you."
I feel like it's just funny
Because
if they're
they're-
never mentioned. I don't know. Especially if they're not if they're just fiction books, right? From like the distant future.
I'm really liking doing all these little Easter eggs.
Yeah, this is fun. This is
yeah.
really fun.
Someone in the chat just said.
sign.
Someone in the chat just said Kerry Katona.
What if we just what if we just
And
give
I
him a
love the- and I
traffic
love the-
code like he's been on a drunk night out?
Yes.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
I genuinely like the idea that there's just a fucking traffic code in there.
That's such a good idea. Or a road sign from an alien planet.
Bible.
Do you think the Doctor would have any pets?
I feel like if he's gonna
Like
have a pet, it would
fish.
be a cat, and I feel like we could give him a cat. That's
Yeah, she should have a cat. Yeah.
Doctor now has a cat. I'm gonna go back to this wall and do the wallpaper.
Oh, if we're not having the Master in this series, I think he should have a cat, and he should call the cat.
you cut out as exactly as you were about to say what you should call the cat.
He should call the cat Master
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
as a little dig.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Slash reference to survival.
Oh yeah. If we live like dark animals.
I like the idea of just the cat having a normal human name, like. Or what if the cat was called John Smith, but just he never calls it John Smith. It's just called John. He just calls the cat John. People might think that's a Garfield
Dave.
reference.
Dave.
Dave the cat.
Dave. Yeah.
Mildred.
Oh yeah, Mildred. Yeah. That's a good one.
Naming it after a former companion would be too far.
But wasn't there that comic where there was Rose the cat?
Yeah, no, that did happen. I'm fairly sure.
Was that pre or post revived series?
Post.
It was post, sadly. Yeah.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go make dinner.
Goodbye, Stuart.
Okay.
Have fun dinner. Are you going to come back when you finish, or are you gone for the day now?
It depends whether you're still. If you're still going when you want to come back.
Okay. That
It's nice
makes
meeting you,
sense.
Stu.
Yeah. Okay. I will leave this call now. I will come back if you are still going.
Right.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. Bye
Nice
bye.
meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
He is gone. It's just us
You're
now
gone.
to make all of the
dear.
decisions ourselves.
Let's make it pink.
The time is up. I guess what color is the timer going to be?
Right. Okay. So, if the base color is like this black and gold, I think either a green or purple.
You sure?
Or I think so. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that it doesn't need to be that vibrant, whatever color it is. That it's just sort of subtle. I know that's
Yeah,
not
perhaps it's
that's
just
not a color, but you know.
yeah, perhaps just like a warm color. It's known as straw. That's the name of the light. That like
Sure, I can see
most
that.
street lamps are. This sort of warm hue. It's
Does
like
it
quite a homely color.
does it glow? The time rotor? Are there lights in it?
I think it not in a blinky sense, but in a way that it's sort of kind of like a fire.
Yeah.
So if you imagine this as being a study, despite this being in the middle, this is the fireplace.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is where this like nice, warm, natural light emanates from.
So,
I like that. I think that's a nice idea.
So on the list of things for him to have, I think we've also included we've included the one that was just a definitely was a cube from the Power of Three.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to. I'll have to do some more bookshelves. Oh, doors. Do we want doors like this?
I feel like the new series made the right call in making them like just the exterior TARDIS doors.
It makes for better, more dynamic shots, right?
Yeah.
You can swoop in and out. Yeah.
So
I
unless
agree.
there's a porch on the other side which you can open those doors into, which I'm totally happy with, but we need at some point to show the doors that that you know that are the actual TARDIS exterior doors. You know, we need the actual inside of those to come up somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because the classic series being sort of hand waving, what the fuck is going on with that door situation, bugged me a lot as a kid.
Yeah, and they are quite clunky. I
They
don't think
are.
they feel very space age. They're very heavy, very thick.
There's this whole like thing of, in my brain, I have no idea. Like the doors supposed to be on the bigger on the inside, so like they literally are the other side of the same doors, but they are
I don't know.
a
I
different
really
shape.
don't know.
Or is there
I think it's supposed to be like a porch area because I think it was probably Clever Dix. When he was talking about V&A, it might have been Davis, or it might have been none of them, but they were talking about a story where the Doctor and companion get trapped in between the TARDIS exterior doors and the interior doors.
That sounds like something Davis would talk about.
It sounds like, but I think it might be somebody else. But it does sound like a very Davis thing. He's a good egg. I like Davis.
I feel like we want an umbrella hung up on the hat stand as well.
Yep, and it's going to be the question mark one. Sorry.
I'll allow that. In my brain, I was considering, should it be the question mark one? And then you just answered the question for me.
It's that exact one. I'm not a fan of this coat hanger that in its current state, this one here. I think it's just quite ugly.
It just feels a bit IKEA, doesn't it?
It's something that was in the dressing room, wasn't it? It was in the green room and they thought we need a coat stand. Let's just pull it out. It's a bit slapdash. Right, anyway, I'm supposed to be doing a bookshelf here.
What if there's just like a Roman helmet on the hat stand all the time and he never puts it on, but it's just there?
Yeah, definitely. Kind of, it could actually be that one from Waterloo that Jodie wore.
It could actually. I like that. It's an idea. I
Yeah.
like referencing my favorite Jodie episode as a.
It's a good one. I like that one.
I'd even like to bring back all those characters at some point. That sounds like fun.
It's one of the few that I've rewatched.
I'm gonna keep in chat notes of everything we said we need to go in there.
That's a good idea.
Power of 3 cube. What was the last thing that we just agreed on? Oh, Roman helmet.
No, it was the I think it was on the Battle of Waterloo. It's the one that Jodie wore.
Waterloo helmet.
Yeah.
How do we feel about there being an MP3 player, like a maybe 2005 era MP3 player is like
My-
that's the thing he plays his music on.
My only problem with that is it's too small. I think if we're gonna go early 2000s, let's just have it be a radio
Sure.
from that era. Because I just don't. If we're gonna make a big thing out of it, it might as well be an object that's easy to pick up on instead of just an Easter egg. But I think that's a good idea.
When I had an MP3 player in the 2000s, it was a pretty big thing. It had like these chunky speakers, and built into it.
Whereabouts in the 2000s? Like,
I couldn't tell you when I got it. I was definitely a child though. But I was a child for all of the 2000s.
I had one in 2007, and I know it was 2007 because I just listened to Snow Patrol.
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh, so those are actually iPods when you Google MP3 player.
Oh, do you mean like the iPod Shuffle? This one?
No, I didn't. I wasn't
that.
referring to like any kind of iPod. I meant like literally one of the big bulky things that I had that was designed to go on a shelf. Maybe I'm just using the wrong word. Maybe it's not actually called an MP3 player.
Yeah, MP3 players are like in your pocket. Maybe you're just thinking of a speaker. What objects from former companions do you think will be still knocking about?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which ones would be in the console room. Like, I'm thinking maybe.
Ace's boombox.
Sure, we do have a radio there already, though.
Yeah, as I was drawing it, I was thinking this could be Ace's boombox.
I guess just based on everything that we drawn into this TARDIS, the Doctor has fixed the buffeting. This TARDIS doesn't doesn't jump around and crash very much because if it did, let's just say there's gravity oriented to the floor, so however shaky it gets, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What else do we want? Ryan's yellow beanie.
He said that.
That was said by Rob T. Films.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Ace's baseball bat. Didn't that get destroyed?
Hang on.
Shockai's eyebrows.
The Space Pirates parrot.
Was there a parrot in the Space Pirates?
Yeah, it's a little robot parrot. You can make friends with K9.
Oh, that's fun.
I
feel like a K9 component could just be on a shelf somewhere.
Not his head. That's too much.
No, not his head.
But maybe the panel with K9 written on it.
Or maybe just like, I don't know, his eye visor?
His eyes.
His eyes.
The Doctor took out K9's eyes. Yeah, totally. I will. That could actually be integrated into something. Because it's got the little protrudy sucker thing. Could that be a useful thing, a useful tool for the Doctor
don't like
to have?
the idea that he's cannibalized K9. I just prefer the idea that he's got a K9 part lying around that.
Okay, that's fair. I'll put his visor up there.
I feel like
I was thinking
like we want to avoid like the cliches, like a Dalek eye or whatever.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe a laboratory, or at least an area, at least a workspace area.
We definitely want like a desk. Maybe the door isn't in shot here.
Yeah.
Because I definitely wanted to have a desk with just loads of papers on it and loads of a nice little swivel chair. Maybe a modern swivel chair. Maybe like just a normal modern office swivel chair. I don't know.
What I'm thinking is, I mean, your school might have been different, but we had a pretty bad ICT suite, and there were these really uncomfortable swivel chairs, and they were all had like the mattress foam spilling out of them and stuff.
We're giving me one of them.
Yeah,
I kind
something
of
quite
do.
tatty.
I do like, yeah, just a tatty office chair.
Yeah, like nothing fancy, not a gamer chair.
You got a PewDiePie chair. Have you guys decided on purpose for the roundels? I mean, they've already got purposes in the classic show, right? He takes them off the wall to like work on stuff on the TARDIS's interior, or like the inner workings.
So is it like a bonnet, essentially?
It is, I think.
That's kind of cool.
Have a pot of Sonics like in Series 10. I personally hated that.
Really? Did you?
Well, not.
I liked it.
I don't know. I didn't hate it, but like, it feels like to me, it sort of it sort of maybe devalues the idea that the stories in the past where he's lost a Sonic and has to replace it. It's like, oh, he's just got loads.
Yeah.
You know
But I
what?
suppose you could say maybe he made some more. I don't know.
I kind of like the idea of, I don't know what you have actually drawn there, but to me it looks like there's just kind of a toothbrush in a cup on his desk. And I like the idea
Yeah.
that he has absent-mindedly just he's been cleaning his teeth and he's just taken it with him to his desk and now it's there. That's where it is.
There's the toothpaste. Maybe there's like a mirror pressed up against there, but it's like one of those lovely gold frame mirrors.
And there's definitely just this paper with Gallifreyan all over it.
Yeah.
And there's...
I like that scene in Series 10 as a props nerd. I was happy to see them all.
Do we give him like a Macintosh Plus or something?
You're gonna have to explain to me what that is.
Just any kind of old model of computer. Something that is
yeah.
very much not contemporary.
I'm in on that, yeah. Big boxy bevels and a keyboard.
Yeah, I do like the idea that you hop in and you're like, yeah, this is a time traveler's this is a time traveler's room.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better than just having lots of clocks everywhere. We haven't drawn a single clock. We can make every roundel into a clock.
Every roundel is a clock.
Oh my god, I reckon if they had a budget, they would have done that in a TV movie. Have them all be different time zones.
I reckon we want I think keeping a theme, I think we want just like a big clock with a digital display somewhere on like one of the shelves, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. To be fair, that's gonna be actually, you know what? No, that's gonna be really just annoying to maintain continuity with in scenes where in every scene of the TARDIS. That's probably why they don't have big clocks displayed in
TV shows.
Yeah.
God, that must be awful. I haven't never thought of that before. That must be a fucking nightmare to keep hold of. A candle because it's a gentleman's study.
Yeah. Is it going to be mysteriously just always ignited?
I like the idea of that. Oh, everlasting matches. It can be sort of an evolution of that.
He's got the eternal flame from the Sisterhood of Khan.
Yes. So when he's brushing his teeth, yeah, that's nice. Chair legs are too short.
I like this person saying that it's a very old computer, but it's got insanely good specs for just unexplained reasons. That like he has this like little 1980s models, and he turns it on, and it can just do whatever the fuck it needs to.
Maybe it's got like a crystal or something sticking out the top of it.
Maybe
He's sort of jammed in there. Oh, I'd actually know the idea of it being a regular day-to-day bad computer. Maybe they could be stacked. They could be one on top. Yeah, I like that idea.
Well, I'm just looking for more suggestions of like what. Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. Of like what objects should be strewn around the place, you know. Is there a power of 3 cube in there? Can I not see it? Where is it? If it is there, all right, it's not.
Thought about that.
Because I'd honestly just assumed that it was going to be in there somewhere. But
Yeah,
by the way, the roundels for the doors are a different pattern to the roundels on the rest of the walls. So they're going to be annoying
I know
to
that's
trace, I guess.
they're slightly larger. I'm gonna be clever and cover it up with something, but I don't know what yet.
A wall hanging. A tapestry. I totally think he should have a tapestry.
Would it be too far to make it the bear tapestry?
A bear tapestry?
You know, the Bayeux tapestry from
I've-
the Norman conquest.
I've got to Google this. I don't know what it is.
Very famous, Jay.
What is it? How do you spell that?
I think there's an X in there somewhere. It's a Saxon word, or is it a Norman word?
I'm not going to
So it's
lie. I
about,
can't spell it based on just there's an X in there somewhere.
Type in tapestry, and then it should come up. I'm fairly sure it'll come up. You'll know it when you see it. It's about William the Conqueror's invading Saxon England and claiming the crown.
William the...
Somebody in chat will know how to spell it.
Yeah, someone in chat, spell this word, please. A Mavellan gun? That's cool, but it's also a gun, and I feel like he wouldn't have that.
And it's a hand.
Oh, someone's saying a sweet dispenser. I like the idea that he has like a proper gumball machine.
Yeah. I like that too. Where can that go? Go right here.
I feel
Water
like,
cooler maybe
I
as
feel
well.
like it, oh yeah, just a water cooler next to a gumball machine. I feel like we may be
Yeah.
cluttering that wall too much though, and I don't know. I feel like
Yeah,
it's
maybe
getting a bit
let-
busy, and we just want to
Let
say,
that one breathe.
you know, this is on the other side of the room. You just can't see it. It's around, or we could put it on the final wall that we haven't. But I guess that wall should probably stay a door, right?
Hmm. Yeah, that one there could be a door.
Yeah.
That's our TARDIS door.
Well, I think that's our door to the rest of the interior, and our main door is just out of shot.
Oh, it's looking good. It's looking very good.
It's looking real pretty.
I'm happy.
I like that with the writing streams, with as is tradition with the writing streams, this one is also like 4 hours now.
Is it 4 hours? Oh, bloody hell. Okay.
We have been going for 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's minus the that doesn't include though the just fucking around on the at the beginning where I fuck up the stream a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
Plus recorded a bit anyway that was just that was never supposed to go out on stream. That was just for the archive viewers where we recorded
Those
stuff
heady
recording.
days. Those heady days of 3 hours ago.
Getting nostalgic for it.
Yeah, mate. It's like the RTD era.
A copy of Doctor in Distress.
Yes.
A tapestry depicting the Time War? I'm not sure if it should be the Time War. I feel like that's not something he wants a reminder of just on his wall. Like,
That's a really nice idea, but not for the TARDIS. But that's a
yeah.
sick idea. I think instead of that Time War, I think it was Into the TARDIS. Instead of it being a book, it should have been the Bear Tapestry, but about the Time War. That would have been awesome.
I feel like that object
it
should
could
be
be-
somewhere in the TARDIS, just not in like where he wants to be spending most of his time.
Yeah, and it could be because obviously the Bear Tapestry is just one long strip because it's a Time War. It could be like this massive tangled web of all the different divergent timelines. That would be a sick prop.
Or it could like change depending on like the angle you look at it or something.
Yeah, like yes, like a holographic thing.
Not even holographic,
Ooh, that's
maybe
a cool idea.
just unexplained how this physical tapestry changes color and
No. When I say holographic, I mean like when you get people with those sort of shiny coats.
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of looks
yeah.
like oil. Yeah, kind of like that. That's called holographic, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe, quite possibly.
I've heard people call that holographic. They may have been misusing the word.
Someone's saying some vinyl discs strewn
Yeah, like it's
around.
made with some.
Someone's saying some vinyl discs strewn around. I don't. Honestly, I was thinking about like giving him a record player, right? But I feel like that's a bit. It's almost the cliche item to have in like a time traveler's room, right? And since we've given him like a 2000s era radio, I feel like it doesn't make sense to give him vinyl stuff just strewn
I
about.
definitely think there's an urge to just give people things from the past
Yeah,
because he's a time traveler, and I think you
And-
need to have
we have
reasonable
done some of that.
scatter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, it's like the whole point is that I don't want any of this to just look like yes, he is from this era, but yeah, I mean, a record. We've got enough diversity of like what's in here that it wouldn't look like he's just from whatever eras vinyls were around. I don't actually know that. I'm very smart.
oh, it's like from the 1800s, I think, technically. But they probably changed format. Vinyls are old. That's not looking good. Oh, pictures. Little picture frames here and there. What's going to be in this picture, Jay?
A cock and balls.
Okay.
Beautiful.
That's Banksy. We could have a Banksy painting.
That'd be cool.
That could be interesting. Oh no, because didn't the doctor say he was Banksy? So maybe.
I think that was a joke though. Like in
Oh
universe,
no, I
I
know,
think that
but
was a
you
joke.
could. Yeah, but you could play on that. You could have.
I like
I did lots of spray paints or something. I don't know.
the idea that there's just some art painted directly onto one of the walls.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
like doodles on the walls. There was already a doodle on the wall.
Yeah. Like he doesn't have a chalkboard, but he doesn't care.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like something got bored and drew.
I like that idea. I like the idea of there just being maths written across the walls in chalk,
3 + 3 is 6.
just everywhere. Yes. Yes, just stuff like that.
Not
but,
like
in white.
definitely don't want to overdo this, but yes.
Yeah, like he's because I don't expect the doctor's that necessarily precious about not necessarily cleanliness, but order. Obviously, I mean, look
Yeah.
at this place. So if he needs space, he's gonna use the space. That's the kind of ethos or philosophy I expect. He probably.
Can you drop your existing drawing of the Doctor just into this picture?
I most certainly can.
Maybe have him stand behind a console or something.
I forgot about this guy. Yeah. Let's screenshot it.
I feel like this has just really brought the era to life, Like
Oh, thank you.
we can all visualize it now.
But also, it's just nice talking about it.
It is.
Because we are, like you said, we are doing a bit of character work and stuff, and we're trying to figure out the TARDIS and everything. I'm enjoying. Oh, he's gone. Yeah.
Life-sized wax figure of Nicolas Cage.
You could have a Madame Tussauds in there.
I
But
like-
who would it be a Madame Tussauds of? Matt Smith.
Matt Smith. Stephen Moffat.
Stephen Moffat. Yes. Or you could have like copies of Sherlock DVD.
Oh my god, he totally could have. I mean, it's the thing. He's had like he's read Hitchhikers before, and he's even referenced Arthur Dent, and Douglas Adams
Yeah.
worked on Doctor Who quite a lot.
I would like that if Moffat just became That's sort of like a ghost around the
A
TARDIS.
subtle in-joke is that just Stephen Moffat
Yeah.
exists in the canon of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I think it was a while ago. I think this was, yeah, it was building up to the twist of the Timeless Children, and I actually commented on one of Stu's videos saying, Jodie gives birth to a fully grown, fully clothed Stephen Moffat.
Oh, is that where that came from? Because I remember that. I think that might have been in one of the streams.
I think maybe I mentioned that afterwards as well. I did. I think I not super chatted, but I definitely put that in the chat.
I'm you know what always bugs me is if I'm doing stuff like this, I just can't tell if I've made the figure the right size or not. And my brain is saying, he's the right size. No, he's 8 feet tall. No.
It depends where he's standing.
We could put him behind the console. Maybe.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, so that's too small.
He needs to be higher up. He's behind the console there because the rug is.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The rug is a good indicator of where the floor actually is, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess, and his cane is going to look like he's actually just grabbing onto a bit of the console there.
That's nice. That's a happy accident. Chat, do you have any other ideas?
Jekyll on TVT. I like, if we're going to have a Stephen Moffat written series in there, I like the idea that it's coupling, because that's like his breakout series and it's also like his most obscure. And I also just
it wasn't that called The Big Finish or something?
I don't know. And
that's where Big Finish got their name from, supposedly.
Coupling is just so fucking rude that I just love the idea of the Doctor sitting down and watching an episode of Coupling.
Is that any good?
It's really funny. Yeah, I mean, like, literally it says on the cover, the comedy that's all about sex or whatever. Like, that's the tagline written on the cover.
You see, as soon as you say that, I kind of think 2 packets of lager. No, 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps.
I thought, oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's in the show. Okay, yeah. I just thought you were saying, yeah, he should just have like a 6-pack of lager, just about.
Yeah.
I kind of don't hate that as an idea, but he's just got some
So,
lager.
yeah. Here's a question. Does the Doctor drink?
Yeah, Doctor drinks. Doctor's drunk on screen before.
Okay.
It depends on the incarnation, though. Like, 11 didn't like wine. He like tried some wine, then he spat it out. Like, oh, that's gross. But then 12 distinctly said, like, oh man, I know if I thought I was gonna die, I'd love a good glass of whiskey beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
That was in Deep Breath.
And then I imagine like Tom Baker's Doctor would drink like car fumes or something.
I feel like they could have all enjoyed a whiskey except 11 and 13.
Patrick Troughton, maybe.
He's my most questionable, but like,
yeah, I think 7 definitely. I think 7 would do that in a big rainy, like in a mansion on a rainy night
absolutely.
in a house.
Everything that 7 does is in a rainy, stormy night in a mansion, and there's also been a murder.
Yeah, that's why he's
just
one of my favorites.
That's just his natural habitat.
I take it you've heard Master, right?
I have. Master is one of my favorite Doctor Who stories of all time.
Yeah, that's my favorite Big Finish. I think that's I Davros and Master of Kalos.
I was
just the
was
best
waiting
thing.
for you to say I was waiting to see if you would say Master of Kalos, and I was like, based on that, it's like I was waiting to see if I had to recommend it to you based on the fact that it wasn't in that list.
No. They're my favorite. Is there any more that you
People
think
saying,
I'd like based on that?
I'm sure there are, but you know what? You probably like maybe 529. It's just one of the River Song stories. The River Song stories are really experimental when they're at
Oh,
their
was
best.
that the one that was? Was that the one that was free?
It was free for a
Was
while.
that the one
yeah.
that went? Yeah, I listened to that one. It was incredible. It was like essentially a horror story with the Millennium Bug.
It was, yeah.
Essentially that concept. It's amazing, right? Yeah.
A lot of the River Song stuff is experimental and weird, and when they do experimental and weird, it's peak River Song stories. I don't know why it works for her so much, but just River Song was somehow built for more surreal versions of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
My Dinner with Andrew is probably one of my favorite Big Finish audios as well, but it's not in the same vein as like Master of Kalasai, Davros, and Master and all that.
I don't know anything about that story.
It's
Tell it to me.
It's the surreal piece where River Song he keeps time traveling through a restaurant with like this fancy French waiter, and it's I can't really put, because like I could tell you what the plot is, right? Which is, and it's about like people. It's about her like trying to hide the Doctor in this restaurant because people are trying to hunt him there, right? And there's like there's time travel elements to it where, and all of this different stuff, and like she arrives at the restaurant for the first time, and the waiter there is like, you again, you know, all that kind of time travel stuff. And there's all that kind of stuff in it, but none of that, just describing any of that, doesn't do justice to how surreal it actually is as a listen. It's this really fucking bizarre story.
Sounds good.
It's really fun. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at my Big Finish list right now as you sketch away.
Yeah. Do you have like a Big Finish letterbox?
Well, that's the timescales. I do have one of those.
Oh, what's that? What's timescales? Is it literally just Doctor Who letterbox?
It is just Doctor Who letterbox, yeah.
Lovely. I'll get on that.
Let's see. My Oh, No Place. I'd forgotten about No Place. No Place is pretty good. No Place is the 10th Doctor one. Which
I don't know of it.
I'm not sure. I think it was supposed to be the story that they were going to film instead of Midnight. I'm not sure about that though. It follows.
Really?
It's like told from the perspective of a of like a camera crew filming Donna and her family moving into a like spooky haunted house.
Oh wait, that isn't Big Finish though, is it? That's another company, right?
No, that's Big Finish. I've got it here.
Oh, okay.
It's
No, I've never heard of it.
first episode of their 10th Doctor box set. I've got Night Thoughts in
I've kind
here.
of been put off by the 10th Doctor stuff because the stuff I've bought hasn't been up to a kind of when I buy Big Finish, because I'm spending money on it, I kind of want it to be exceptional.
Yeah.
And if it's just pretty good, then even though like I completely appreciate all the time and effort that gets put into it, even if it's just quite good, I still feel a bit let down because I am
a lot of the Big Finish, especially the 10th Doctor stuff I listen to on Big Finish, I will get to the end of it and be like, yeah, that was all right. And
yeah, like if that was on screen, I'd be very happy, but you know.
Especially when it's just sort of a bombastic adventure piece that's like...
When it's an action piece.
Yeah, I'm like...
What are you doing?
I don't get the point of this. I'm hearing stuff. There's like...
I guess it sells. But...
there's like this one, I can't remember what it's called, but there's like one that's where there's this like swarm of alien weirdness that animates like a T-Rex skeleton like they're hiding in a museum, and it animates a T-Rex skeleton back to life, and
Right.
it chases them using the T-Rex fossils. And I'm like, man, this would be really cool if I could see it. Like, that was
if
the
I
only
could
thing
see
I
it,
was
yeah.
thinking watching that or listening to that.
Watching that. Yeah. Because the ones I've got was the first part of was it Dalek Universe? Because I saw everybody talking about that on Twitter, and so I thought, well, it must be good. And I listened to it, and it was good, but I don't know. I think people overhyped it quite a bit.
I've got
I don't know. Did you hear that
Dalek
one?
Universe, but I haven't listened to it yet. But I do feel like
It's-
of the 10th
It's
Doctor,
good, but
what I've heard of it is it's just sort of bland, I guess, is like the biggest criticism of
Yeah.
it. But it's like it's well executed, but it is what it is. It's bland. It doesn't do much. But I don't know. I haven't listened to it.
yeah, I just missed the early Eighth Doctor stuff.
Oh
And
yeah,
you just had no idea what was happening next.
for sure. With like,
I
well, you recommended me Memory Lane, right?
Yes, I did. I did.
Yeah, I was about to recommend
that
you
one,
Memory
didn't
Lane.
It's a good one. It's a really good one. It's a nice little. It's not particularly challenging, but it's not trying to be. It's just an
But
easy
it's
listen.
still I feel like while it's not a challenging listen, you could still analyze it to death and like get loads of like challenging stuff out of it. If that makes sense. Like I feel
Yeah.
like it's a story that you can just put on and hear and be like, yeah, that was fine. Well, that was more than fun. That was great. But it really feels like there's stuff to dig into there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, there's definitely stuff going on beneath the surface. Have you heard Magic Mousetrap?
I've not. I've heard that that's like really grim, I think.
It's. I don't know. I don't think it's particularly grim, but if you like Seventh Doctor, creepy house, or in this case, I think it's an asylum, you're gonna like this. You're gonna like it.
Yeah, that sounds like
I
fun.
recommend it. It's very trippy.
Oh, it's the
Very
seventh,
surreal.
seventh Doctor trippy in an asylum. Yep, that's a.
It's not as surreal as I like, but it goes to some pretty weird places, and it's quite funny. And it's my favourite TARDIS team, Seventh Doctor, Ace and Hex. I liked it quite a bit.
I need to do the actual Hex arc properly because I've not done that yet. I've not done Death in the Family or any of that because I've never been able to like get around to doing the Hex arc in order.
Yeah, I feel like you don't get that much more out of it doing it in order. It's not as good as say the Charlie arc,
Right.
which you have to do in order. I feel. It's still very good. I still definitely recommend it. I'm not a huge fan of the Project trilogy. I know some people love it, but I feel as if similar to the 10th Doctor stuff, it's definitely
Well, I've been told
action stories.
I've been told it is. I've heard one of them. I think I've been told that's required listening for the Hex arc.
It is, yeah.
By the way, in chat, if you're lost, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
We're just deep nerd now. Yeah. Got any TV to recommend? As I draw.
What have I watched recently? I just watched Midnight Mass, which is good, but with like a couple of asterisks to it. Which I guess
Is that the one with?
Hmm?
Has that got Stephen Moffat involved in it or something?
It's not got Stephen Moffat. It's a Mike Flanagan show.
It's got Moffat's kid in it or something.
Has it? Hang on.
I think so. I think I
Let
saw
me-
something on Twitter talking about that.
Let me search that up. Midnight Mass Moffat. The closest connection that it comes up. It says Lewis Moffat. Is that Stephen Moffat's son?
It could be. It would make sense if it was.
But then I click the article and Moffat isn't even in. No, there are no other results that. Wait, who is Lewis Moffat? I'm gonna... Is Lewis Oliver coming out?
Mm.
Lewis Oliver was in
I-
Sherlock and in Doctor Who the fan show. Feels like there might be a Stephen Moffat connection.
I think so. I think so.
Lewis Oliver.
The show I'm sort of recommending to everybody at the moment is Flowers, which is Channel 4. You can find it on Netflix, and I think it's the best show I've ever seen. And I don't
Alright.
say that too lightly.
I will
It's
search
phenomenal.
that up. Flowers
It's phenomenal.
show.
It's a comedy drama. It can get pretty heavy, and it's 2 series of it. Both series are very different stylistically, but they work. All the characters are very sort of grotesque, kind of like League of Gentlemen. The humor's very dark. It's exceptional. I think it's the best thing I've ever seen. If you like folk horror, as well, there's no supernatural element, but it definitely plays on sort of folklore and folk horror, and it gets quite. The way I describe it is, it's as close to an art house film that I've seen a sitcom do. It's an art house sitcom. It's brilliant.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm certainly going to check that out.
Yeah.
I've got that on my list with Kevin Can Go Fuck Himself.
Yeah. After Stu's video, I've definitely got to check that out.
Well, I've not watched Stu's video yet because I wanted to watch the show first.
Yeah. I will be watching that too, but I don't have HBO Max, and I don't know whether I can be asked to get another streaming service.
Do we want to replace Little Cock and Balls on the TARDIS wall?
No, it's there. It's perfect. Hey, Jay, what are you thinking about the top of the TARDIS? The top of the Time Rotor?
Oh, well, it just goes into the ceiling, right? I feel like maybe
but I mean,
maybe some pipes up there?
Are we gonna go wider, and then there could be pipes sort of dangling down?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing. That's beautiful.
Yeah, okay.
I've just been asking chat. Do you agree with the EFAP crew that Midnight Mass's ending is worse than Hill House's? Yes, I do. I was there for the recording of the Midnight Mass watch through. So I guess you'll get all my opinions on that when you get everyone else's.
Mm-hmm. Is it controversial to think that that Bly Manor was better than Hill House?
It is controversial, but I don't think it should be. Bly Manor is... Like, Hill House is exceptionally good anyway, but Bly Manor is just next level.
Yeah, I really liked it.
How about the Doctor's scarf hanging from the pipe? I don't feel like we want to... Certainly not the famous scarf. Because I think that's the thing with, like, references, right? References in the background of the TARDIS. It's why I think the Power of 3 cube is a perfect thing. Because 1, it's absolutely something he would just have around. 2, it's not like such an overt... It's not like fan baity. I feel like the Power of 3 doesn't have that many diehard fans going like, oh my god, it's the box. It's the box from Power... You know, it's not like... Because the fan wanky version of filling the TARDIS with props would be like a Dalek eye, the 4th Doctor's hat and scarf, the 10th Doctor's sonic screwdriver is on a desk, and K9 is like in the corner, and there's a portrait of Riversong on the wall, you know, all of that stuff. Like, just all of the most famous props from the show's history strewn about the TARDIS.
Yeah, you don't want it to be like the Doctor Who experience.
Yeah. Rather just...
Basically.
Because, you know, this person lives in universe. He doesn't know what the most popular stories from his life are. He probably just, you know, he has stuff that's either going to be important to him as a person, or will have just been around and, like, he kept because it just was convenient to keep, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's a beautiful Time Rotor top.
I like that. I'm happy with that.
It looks like a scaled down version of the Smith Capaldi era one.
Oh yeah, of all the different rotating bits and bobs.
Yeah, I thought that it was
I like that
rotated
bit.
personally. I liked it, but I felt like rotating was maybe a bit too much.
I think it was just too big. I think rotating's fine. If it was this scale, I think rotating would be okay.
I don't want ours to rotate though.
No.
I also like the.
No, I think.
Sorry, go on.
There you go.
I was gonna say, I was going on a tangent, so I feel like you should go first.
I was just gonna say, moving gimmicks for the sake of moving gimmicks, as much as it kind of. I like them in a sort of stupid monkey ape brain way. Like, this sonic screwdriver gets bigger. I think we should avoid it. You know, that makes sense. That's my sentence gone.
What I was gonna say is that I like the idea of this TARDIS interior. I feel feels like such a home for the Doctor. That if we ever do take the route of an enemy manages to get into the TARDIS, which I think is, even though it should be like a big deal when an enemy manages to get in the TARDIS and like fuck stuff up from inside the TARDIS, I still feel it's an underused concept in the show. Like, Daleks have never boarded the TARDIS. Imagine how much of an impactful moment that would be. If it was built up to and done like with the sense of scale that it deserves.
Yeah, because in the past it's just like Jadoon or whatever. I mean, what's actually made it into the TARDIS?
The Kasavin?
The Grask.
The Grask.
Kasavin.
The Sontarans.
Oh, that
and the
creepy
Cybermen.
nightmare guy. Nightmare guy, I liked him.
Nightmare guy?
Zelen.
Oh yeah.
Zelen.
He did it brilliantly, to be fair. He was one of the best ones for it. But like, I mean, there are promotional images. First of all, there's like a behind-the-scenes photo from like the 70s. I think it's from the filming of Planet of the Daleks that has the 3 of the Dalek props on and the TARDIS set. And I'm like, man, that just doesn't feel right, does it? It just feels so creepy and feels like they're winning.
It's like they're in your home, in the safe space.
Yeah.
So you could definitely play on that quite well, especially if you change the lighting up. If it's shot completely differently, so it's familiar but unfamiliar, you could make that really fun and really interesting.
I feel like just the way to do it is just like a massive blast to the time rotor, and then there's just immediate damage.
Yeah, and just dead lights make the TARDIS look sad.
And then his coat changes to a sad color.
Yeah, I was about to go there, but I didn't know if anybody would remember.
People have long memories.
Yeah. It's just a niche callback.
And then there was a promo image in the Russell T era as well, where they had 3 of the Dalek props on the TARDIS set, and that released I think before. Yeah. I think I saw that promo image as a kid before Journey's End came out or whatever. You know, before certainly before the Russell T era was over. So I thought it was like actually a promo image of something that was going to happen in the show, and I was terrified of it. I was like, oh no, the Daleks are getting at the TARDIS, oh my god. And then it just didn't happen in the show, and I was like, I think I genuinely remember being disappointed, like, oh, okay.
It could be done so brilliantly. Like, I recommend everyone go check out, I think they're called TARDIS Sigma, and you can find them on YouTube. And they do brilliant 3D renders of like their own designs of TARDISes.
Searching. Theta Sigma.
That could be it, yeah.
It is it. I'm looking at it now.
There's an episode where loads of Daleks board. I mean, look how amazing those designs are. They're insane.
Is it called Nightmare of the Daleks, perchance?
It could be. There's quite a few of Insta videos.
Oh, that's a really creepy TARDIS set. It's like cloths over everything, and
yeah.
You know,
they did. There's this amazing one of a battle TARDIS.
Yeah. That's there. This is definitely the right channel.
It's phenomenal.
What I really like conceptually, and I don't like this for the Doctor's TARDIS, but I like the idea that there would be a TARDIS in the show. It's maybe old and abandoned or something. But that it's so much bigger on the inside that you step into it and it looks like you're outside. You know, it's like a savannah or something. It's just
Oh, that's
roaming
cool.
fields. But then there's like a TARDIS console and like maybe some columns set up.
That's really cool.
I like that
Like a stormy
conceptually.
beach.
Yeah, and those are different cool environments you could do that with.
I really like that idea.
I mean, this channel. I think there was I certainly saw a 3D render of it. A TARDIS that had that was like glass, and outside it showed Gallifrey. Even maybe it wasn't actually supposed to be on Gallifrey, but it just looked like that.
It could be. I may have missed it.
I'm not sure I want to do that with. I don't think that's the same channel though. I wouldn't want to do that with the Doctor's TARDIS. I'd want to do that with some kind of maybe Gallifreyan loyalist or other kind of Time Lord character.
Speaking of glass things, I think the reason why I think it's Journey's End, where there's the new Supreme, the reason why the Supreme looks like that is because originally they wanted to create an entirely glass Dalek, but they couldn't get the funding.
Wait, an entirely glass Dalek?
Yeah, so it's completely transparent, and you can see the mutant sitting on the inside because it was. I think in one of the Target novelizations, it mentioned one, but they couldn't replicate it.
And then, then we got the massive downgrade that was the Dalek Prime Minister. Oh
my God! Don't even talk about the Dalek Prime Minister.
I just picked something up off the floor, thinking it was like a key from an old keyboard that I dropped, and it was actually just a chunk of bread covered in fluff, and I'm like, ugh.
Oh, I like these little insights into your house.
I'm clean, I promise.
The bread floor.
What if the TARDIS's floor is just made of bread?
Yeah, he can eat the way out. I'd like that.
I feel like the
bread
ceiling
TARDIS.
shouldn't be too high.
Okay.
So it doesn't feel like too extravagant of a room, I guess.
Well, I'm sort of thinking doming it up, kind of like St. Paul's or something.
That sounds cool. Yeah, I like that. That looks beautiful.
That looks good. Yeah, I'm going with that.
How do we incorporate the columns into the dome shape, or do they just stop at the roof of the walls?
I reckon they can fold their way in. I reckon that could look quite nice.
This also does mean that sort of. I feel like we're looking into this TARDIS from the door, from like the entrance door, because like.
I like that.
Then it's in the center, except for like the. I don't know. My headcanon is just that it's a round room, but it's just that it's folded a bit out so that we can see more of it. But like this is a wide angle lens shot, I guess, or like a panorama.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is gorgeous.
Yeah, this is coming quite nice. And then we'll just colour it, and then I reckon that's us done for today. I think we've done quite a lot. We've got a lot done.
I reckon so. But
yeah,
if you ever want to do one of these again, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, definitely. Next time, maybe in a few weeks or a few months or whatever. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Because I'm enjoying this quite a lot.
I knew that, and this is just something my brain does. I knew that I was going to have to wake up potentially earlier than I normally do for the stream because I'm a human mess.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result of that, my brain, when I know that I have to wake up for something, will just be like, "Do you need to wake up now?" And I'll wake up and be like, "No, I went to sleep an hour ago." And then my brain will be like, "Oh, okay, cool. I'll go back to sleep. Do you need to wake up now?" It's like, it's been 20 minutes, brain.
And then this here, I'm imagining being some sort of projection of the night sky.
It's definitely a maybe. Do you mean one of the panels or all of the panels?
I think these are like these are like some super high tech, inconceivable computer screens that have some elements of being holographic.
So I
So,
mean, in production, this would just be like a green thing, right?
yeah, yeah. So I'm imagining sort of what can happen is smoke can kind of come down, like this black mist can come down, and then these projections of planets
I feel like we want
come
a
down.
we certainly want a normal roof that's there most of the time, but this is something that it can do, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll color it like that. I don't know if you've seen I think it's the first War Master, the trailer for that. But his TARDIS's roof has a similar design.
I'm sure I must have seen that at some point.
It looks awesome. YouTube it now. Have a quick look. What I'm on about.
I will have a look. The thing is, my internet is bad enough that if I go and load a YouTube video, it will lower the stream quality for a sec.
Oh no.
Right. I see one with loads of destroyed Daleks and... Oh yeah, there's his TARDIS. We're about to go in. Oh yeah, that does have like an ethereal ceiling.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
Yeah. I do like... Oh my god, it's upside down. Oh yeah. You know, I'm getting... I'm very much getting Virgin New Adventures vibes from this TARDIS that we've got here.
Well, I kind of get those vibes from your series, so it works, I think.
I do like the Virgin New Adventure vibes, so I'm glad.
Yeah, I agree. This is the first time I've ever done a TARDIS design, and I'm liking it.
I do think, in terms of Doctor's costume, we do want him to go outside wearing distinct things like the Ushanka, but maybe not the coat, at least once or twice a season, so that he has that as one of his definitive looks, so that cosplayers don't have to buy a big pirate coat.
Perhaps like a paisley scarf or something, like the Seventh Doctor has. I think that looks nice.
Yeah, what I like is that I like the idea of him having some very authentic 1970s jumpers in his rotation as well.
I don't know what you mean by that. You have to be more specific.
I will have a
Send me a
look
picture.
for the kind of thing I mean. And then we can paint a word picture of it for the audience. When I googled 1970s jumper, so many of the results are literally just jumpers with the letters 1970s pasted across them.
That's what he's going to wear. He can wear one for the date of whatever time period he's in, like a calendar.
Well, like that joke of The Simpsons where you've got the rappers wearing the chain that says like what, Thursday the 12th.
I don't know, but yes, that sounds like the kind of thing.
I like the idea that he has some jumpers like I'm trying to decide which one I use in my reference image now. I'm looking through them. Maybe something like this, which is almost a bit more cardigan-y. Just in the rotation.
Okay, I know what you mean. So kind of like something. I guess, whatever reason, I'm thinking something Ben Withshaw might wear.
Oh, Tom
Simon
Baker
Amstel.
wore them. Tom Baker wore a couple of them in some of the series, I think.
Oh, like golfer.
Is that what that is?
Sort of
Golfer
like a
jumper?
golf thing. Well, yeah, that the hexagon pattern is golfer. The golfer tee, I think. That's how I describe it.
Oh yeah, it is. I've typed golf in. I'm getting more of those.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he could be a golfer.
I feel like he probably doesn't play golf, but I feel like I don't. It doesn't fit my mental impression of him that he plays golf or cricket
Like
or any
crazy
of those.
golf.
I feel like he doesn't play any of the gentleman sports.
Well,
Yeah,
apart from chess.
He totally play crazy golf, I feel.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous TARDIS art.
Oh, that's not very good. Hang on. Can do better stars than that. Yeah, it's quite late. How long are we going now?
We have been going for 4 hours. Hang on.
Oh my god, it's longer than Zagreus.
4 hours and 24 minutes.
Okay, how many people are still watching?
We have got currently 130 people still here.
Oh my god, really? Fair enough, okay.
At our
Hello,
peak, we had
130 odd people.
At our peak, we had, I think, 200 people here.
Okay.
I think a few people have.
Is that good numbers?
I think a lot of people. It's all right numbers. I think some people left when Stuart left, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Whenever someone leaves on a stream, generally a few people leave because it gets a bit. It always tends to get a bit lower energy, I find, on whatever stream you're doing. When one of.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just true in life, isn't it?
That is true in life.
Wise words.
Wise words.
Right. Right. Last thing. Flooring.
I have no idea.
Is it going to be the same marble floor?
I think so. I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. I just need to put something there because that's bugging me. That dead space.
Armchair.
Traffic cone.
Traffic cone. Yeah,
Armchair.
yeah. Traffic cone. Please put the traffic cone in. Completely forgot about the traffic cone. Please include the traffic cone. Yeah, that's a good point. Someone chat raised that a lot of people probably haven't watched for the whole 4 hours, but people will have tuned in and out. There'll probably be some people who just joined like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how exciting it is for other people.
I'm having fun, and that's what matters.
That's what matters. I'm having fun. I'd be doing this anyway.
I do like that I've got my YouTube channel to a point where I can just be like, yeah, I'm doing this because it's fun. That's broadly speaking what I do now on my channel. Stuff that I enjoy.
Lovely. Right, colour. And then we are done. Get rid of that reference. Stinky reference. We don't need that anymore. We are beyond the reference.
Oh, I'm dying.
You okay?
Yeah, no,
okay?
I'm just gonna die real quick.
Okay, that's right.
Is that the marble color?
That's, well, for the sake of the drawing, yes, but obviously in reality it's black, but I've drawn in black.
That makes sense.
Color it black. You couldn't see anything. So for the sake of this, I'm going to make it this color. But you know what I mean.
Sure.
So I'm just going to scribble that as the base color.
That's almost identical to his trousers.
I think it's the same one. I'm using the same palette.
Fair.
That's okay. I can fix that though. So the time rotor. That's this lovely.
Yeah, like a nice ambient yellow, and I feel like it should probably light up the room a bit.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Like the center is going to be glowing the most, I feel, and then it.
Yeah. I've got it. Don't worry.
It's gorgeous.
The good thing about digital art is, well, number one, you can undo, which is a godsend. But also you can add effects like glowing effects with the airbrush tool, which is nice. Instead of having to paint it with oils, which it can be quite hard.
Well, so I've got some art experience. I stopped doing it because I wasn't getting the rewards out of it that I was trying for long enough that I felt like I should probably be better at it by now, and found that just discouraging and stopped. But
Oh, really? That's a shame.
well, I went into uni to do art, and then I dropped out after a year.
Oh, I remember you saying, didn't you do graphic design?
I did. Um,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of, I mean, there's all kinds of art included in that just they, they try and get you to learn. And
Yeah.
I was just not picking a lot of it up, and I also probably wasn't trying as hard as I should be. But
Hmm. Well, with me, it was just the thing that I was average at. I'm very dyslexic, so at preschool, it was the thing I was pretty good at, and I was pretty rubbish at everything else. So I just stuck with it.
I'm really enjoying the fact that
And
so far. Sorry,
haven't
go on.
stopped.
Sorry, go on. I just
Oh
realized I
no,
cut
go
you
on,
off.
no, go on. You carry.
Uh,
No, I finished the sentence. You go.
I'm just really enjoying so far the fact that the TARDIS is the same colors as the Doctor. We've got the blue. We've got
Yeah, that's nice.
the blue of his trousers, and then the brown of the. Is the sarcophagus going to be brown?
To start with, I'll add bits and bobs on top. This is the base color. Like the whole console isn't
I
going to
feel
be
like
brown. Don't worry.
Grey. But I feel like grey makes more sense as a base color for a sarcophagus.
Really grey. Might as well just make it gold.
That's just what I'm used to. I think. You know, in all of the sarcophaguses that I've seen in my. To be fair, I have been to Egypt and looked at things like that, but I don't remember what
Really?
color they were.
Well, I know they're wood, so that's kind of where my thinking's coming from. The annoying thing is, when I was drawing this, a lot of what I was imagining is brass, and brass is a pain to draw anything shiny, so
Yeah,
it's
I
just
can
going to be yellow.
Fair.
But once I'm off stream, I might go over with another layer and render this to be a bit more realistic. Not super realistic, but I mean have a bit more shading and reflective
I
lights.
expect a photorealistic image on my desk by morning.
Okay, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
no worries. I can do that. I will cancel all my plans.
Including I expect no. Let's dream big. I expect just the full 2 seasons fully rendered out. In
And
all.
I'll make the TARDIS as well.
Yeah.
I'll just make it.
Make.
Yeah. I can rent out studio space.
No,
Yeah, that's fine.
I
can do
mean,
that.
I expect it to work. You know, I expect to be able to travel through time.
Yeah, mate, it's exactly what I had in mind. Well, I mean, where do you want to go
Okay.
first?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
So it's done.
Just to see what happens.
Get off tomorrow.
I do like that there's still just a penis on the wall, a framed penis.
Yeah. I forgot about the penis. Imagine if we sent this into the Beeb and we forgot about the peenie. I reckon Russell would allow it.
Russell's cool, yeah.
Russell's cool with the penis. Do you reckon he's going to stick to his traditional format of returning villain every year being the finale, or do you reckon he's going to mix it up a bit?
I have no idea what he's going to do. I hope he doesn't stick to that. I feel like I prefer his series 1 and 2 format, where it's a villain is introduced early in the series with a big emotional connection to the Doctor, and then that villain returns just in the series for the finale. Now that was the Daleks and the Cybermen, you know, respectively. But
yeah,
like I really like that format, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a big returning villain.
I think if he does, I've just got a hunch it might be Omega, because I can't think whatever big sort of end game level villain he's got left to bring back.
Yeah.
I think it might be Omega, and I think he could do that.
I do feel
pretty
like
well.
bringing back villains has been such like an almost easy fallback for the show for so long that it feels like there's unless he's got specific ideas of what he wants to use those villains for, like something you could only do with those villains, it seems kind of pointless to bring them back at this point. I thought we said that was going to be yellow. There is already a lot of yellow in here, to be fair.
I think green. I'm gonna go with green.
My brain is just telling me that if it's green with red curtains, it'll look Christmassy, but I don't think it will. Could it be a darker green, maybe?
Yeah, it definitely could. Nice bookshelf green. I am very much looking to Russell coming back. I understand why people aren't super enthusiastic, but after not looking forward to Doctor Who for
it's literally just as simple as I get to look forward to Doctor Who now.
That's it. And I kind of feel safe, you know?
Like maybe if
I feel like
maybe if we'd had like reliably good showrunners since for ages, like not even just 3 reliably good showrunners, we'd had like 6 reliably good showrunners, and it was all like a system of like, we choose them based on this and this and this, and it's like a proven system to choose the showrunner. Maybe then I would be like, we could have had something new, but we're having Russell again. But I still think that I would probably have been like, yeah, cool, more Russell. It's been like 10 years. There were only 4 seasons of Russell's Doctor Who.
Yeah, I think it's less because of what he's done on Doctor Who and more because of how much he's grown since as a writer. Like years and years, It's a Sin, Very English Scandal have all been great, and he's definitely changed. Like you look at the stuff he did pre-Doctor Who, and it was all very much character focused, quite small scale, I think. And now, since doing Doctor Who, it's these huge political scandals. That's what he focuses on.
I would like to see something small and character focused as well, but he still has like great characters in those political scandal stuff.
Oh no, he does both, but I mean the main plot, the way I describe it to people, I wouldn't describe Years and Years as being character based, even though it absolutely is. I'd say it's this
it's absolutely
sort
character
of
based,
political. Yeah, I know, it absolutely is. But if I was just explaining it to my mum or whatever, I'd go, it's some huge sort of political psychodrama.
Yes.
That's what I do personally.
No, I mean,
but it is also
my like just description of Years and Years is it's like it takes you through like it's a political drama that takes you through how the politics affect like a group of normal people.
Yeah. Which is just and I can't wait for that to come back. Doctor Who.
And also the endings.
Imagine it's super weird. It's super weird, but I quite like it. I don't mind weird endings as long as I enjoyed it up to that point. It doesn't ruin it for me. I know people disagree, and that's fine, but
it depends how it ends, endings. Like if it ends with a reveal that like changes stuff retrospectively or retroactively.
I don't know. Even in like the Stephen Moffat's and Mark Gatiss's Dracula, like the last 5 minutes of that was rubbish, but I enjoyed everything up to that. Most of it up to that point.
Do you think the columns should be wood?
I was thinking they should be a different color. I don't know whether they should be wood. We'll see what it looks like.
Fair.
Let's give it a go.
So I do worry that if it's if we've got all this brass everywhere, having the black and gold is going to clash maybe a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be black and gold. Maybe black and purple might look good. I really like the black marbling. That's something I'm quite passionate about.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm very, very much happy for it to be black marble.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly on the floor. Definitely, probably on the walls as well.
Yeah, I think the walls would look amazing with black marble.
Especially because they've got the. Are we gonna have the roundels have like the same? Not a like a glowing light, but like just an ambient glow, like the Time Rotor does.
A hue, yeah, definitely. I like the idea of the TARDIS being warm. Needs to be cozy, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shit. Um. Have you seen Second Coming? I've
I
been
have
meaning to
seen
watch that for a
Second Coming.
while.
I saw it a while ago.
Worth it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, to be fair, that's, I think, where the big political stuff, like, it's got huge scope of Second Coming. I mean, it's literally about Jesus coming back, so as just it's another one of those stories about, it's very much character focused on our main cast, but it's all of these huge global events happening, that's the story that's affecting them. Oh. Oh, have I just disconnected my headphones there? I have. Good for me. Hello, have you said anything that I can
you
hear
back?
you? I am back.
Right, yeah. I was wondering where you went.
I think I disconnected my headphones. How much of that were you speaking for? Because I was just having a little bit of a chill moment.
I was just asking where you were.
Fair.
I was asking you about where I can watch Second Coming.
I think I have it on DVD.
Oh, fair. I'll get it on DVD then.
Could you still hear me just making vague noises, though?
I heard you yawning. I didn't hear much else. I thought you went. I thought I disconnected or something. It was you. It was you all along.
Apparently, Second Coming is just on YouTube, according to chat.
That doesn't surprise me. It's old enough, right?
There's loads of stuff that's just on YouTube. Dailymotion is
I
worse
think I
for
watched
it.
all. Yeah, but you can't watch anything on Dailymotion. It's just awful.
What?
Like hell.
Do you not like getting served the same advert twice consecutively, like literally back to back twice?
Oh, do you know? I don't actually.
And then
I'm not a
that
huge
for
fan
like
of
the
that.
full duration of the Dailymotion video that you're watching.
Oh, and then sometimes you can't watch it full screen. Oh my god, it's awful. I remember watching all of Toaster London on that. Should have just got it on iPlayer. Silly boy.
I'm surprised that YouTube chat let this person write Second Coming, but spelled with a U. Shit, but is that? I feel like maybe a more vibrant color for the roundels, like the Time Rotor, just same color. I'm not sure. I kind of want to feel it out.
Okay.
I guess. I feel like they should have like a warm ambience to them.
Yeah, I'll do that when I do the airbrush glow.
I just
I'll
feel
do
like
that
this
last.
is a warmer color. I mean,
Oh, again, when I do the airbrush, I can alter it. Don't worry. I got this.
I feel like the blue doesn't give me the vibe that I feel like the black marble would.
Yeah, no, I agree. But this is the first layer. I'll be You got to build it up in layers. Trust me.
All right.
I got this.
Yeah, I will leave it to the professionals. See, I've still got a traffic cone in my apartment, not because by the way, I think you need to draw the door in there.
Or the what?
The door, that's the door to the other TARDIS rooms, right?
Oh right, I thought it was just going to be behind us. Can we just say it's out of shot? Can we just say it's that way?
Well, that's why the roundels are in a different pattern on that
Oh shit!
wall,
Yeah. Okay.
right?
Okay. Yeah. That's not a hard fix. Actually, that's not a hard fix.
I was wondering why you were protesting. Like, I was like, it's a square, surely.
Yeah. There we go. You were talking about a traffic cone.
Yeah, I've got a traffic cone in my apartment at the moment, just because last time I had a party, someone brought it, and that's just still there. And I like to think that the Doctor has a similar relationship with his traffic cone, that he didn't go and take it, but he was just having a he was just having a night out or whatever with some people, and someone brought it into the TARDIS, and he's just not got rid of it.
I've got a friend who's also a prop maker. She likes to specialize in recreating just stuff you find on the street. And this one time coming back from the pub, she just had a bit of a lamppost sticking out of her bag. like the cover, like you know the bit that covers up all the circuitry. She just had that poking out of her bag. And just one time she gave me a roadwork sign.
I saw that when you
Last day of
posted
term,
the
which was
pictures of
nice.
your room, right?
Yes, yeah, that's the one. My fancy new London pad. Yeah, we do love prop makers.
I feel like the Capaldi TARDIS taught us the lesson that yellow glow is the best color for TARDIS lighting.
Oh, it's just any lighting. I think cold. You got to be careful the way you use lighting. I think less is more.
Well, yeah,
I did lighting
absolutely.
design for GCSE for performance, like stage lighting.
Well,
And
so you mean you don't like it in Series 12 when they just turn on all of the different coloured lights in the TARDIS, and that's just
you know, I'm not a massive fan of that. No, God, I hate it. It just
why?
because color theory. That's why.
Don't
And it's
you
so
like
hard
just don't?
explaining.
But I'm sorry. As far as I'm aware, color theory is more color is more good.
Color theory is so hard because technically it's a skill and you can objectively be bad at it, but at the same time, what's your favorite color is the most subjective question in the world. So it's a weird one to try and explain to people.
Someone was saying bisexual.
Somebody did once ask me.
Sorry.
Bisexual. Somebody did once ask me, what's bad color theory, and that's such a hard thing to explain. All color is bad.
Bad color theory are how the pride flags are designed.
Not. I think the trans one looks great.
The trans one's,
think
I
as
think
long
the
as
trans
they're-
one's one of the best ones in terms of just visual appeal.
I think it would look good if it was just toned down a notch.
Well, yeah,
Just
so
wasn't the primary colors.
they're all done with like the most, like, you know, the most primary block colors that you can get in like your photo editor or your. So it feels like they're all drawn out with the default color palette. MS Paint
Yeah, and I'm just
default
not-
colors.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Did you come on today expecting to do the critique of the colors of the pride flags?
No, and I hope that doesn't get taken out of context.
Well, I mean, I feel like, you know, unless you've got someone massively, like, you know, down the internet, down that particular version of the internet politics rabbit hole, no one's going to get upset that we're like, I think some of the pride flags could be designed a bit more aesthetically.
Yeah, and I do think that because I was supposed to be doing a mural. It kind of fell through, but a pride mural for my old school, but and I slightly altered all of the colors so they look good.
That's very fair.
Yeah.
What color
I
do you
got
think the
away with
rugs?
it.
Do you think the rug should be red?
Yes, that's exactly what that needs. Ooh, wrong brush. Yeah, I reckon I'm gonna do this rug and then and
That's
then I
very
think I'm
fair.
going to be done because I'm quite tired. Because I've been drawing for 4 hours and talking, and my brain's turning into mush. That's it. That's our TARDIS.
That's beautiful. It is
You're
absolutely
happy?
beautiful. I'm very happy. I'm very chuffed with what's gone on here, and I'm hoping that you have the opportunity to do this again at some point.
I'd absolutely love to.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and I would totally carry on if I wasn't so worn out.
No, yeah, I fully understand. Before,
But,
I mean, like you. So your links are in the description. Would you like to plug
thank
them?
you. Yes, so there's probably a link to my Twitter. You can go follow that. It's private at the moment, but I kind of flip between the two depending on how many people I want to talk to. I post art on there
To be
fairly
fair,
regularly.
your
but a
Twitter
lot of
isn't in the
time
description. I
it's
can
just-
put that in though.
Jay's gonna add that in. I've also got an Instagram, which is mainly work related, which is just Sam Gingell. Gingell spelled Gingell 28.
When I said links, what I meant specifically was the Etsy link that you asked me to put in before the stream.
You meant link singular. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so there's an Etsy link in my shop where I sell various prints, which I will show you now. You can buy this one here. You can buy actually the one that everybody loves. Is this one here?
It's absolutely
Is
gorgeous.
the Dalek playing chess with the Grim Reaper, which people really like. So you can buy that for £12. It's A3. It's high quality print paper. Please go do that because I'm a student and I need money. There's also this one here, but it doesn't have the Robomen in. I'll be working on adding them to the picture at some point though, because I stopped because I got bored of drawing them.
That's fair.
My brain is mush. I think there's this one here as well, which is my favorite one I've done.
Yeah, I can see why as well.
Which
Is that like a book
which is
cover?
a dark. It's meant to be like a vintage comic cover. That was kind of my thinking.
Awesome.
And the story idea behind it was he has his vocal cords messed up, so he communicates via a TV. And then I could be bothered to draw the legs, so there's some pipes.
So that's a plant pot.
Yeah. Actually, that's a lie. This one here's my favourite, which is just a really messed up drawing of Davros and his children. Because in this story here, Davros is a priest and he gives people communion. And the communion then grows a little Dalek embryo in people's stomach, but it bursts out of them, and that's how he builds up a new army. And then there's some like Dalek priests and stuff.
Do you think Davros has his chair because the concept artist didn't want to draw the feet?
I think that's exactly why he has the chair. They've got feet. I can do feet sometimes.
No, I don't doubt your ability to draw the feet. I'm just memeing. Although
Yeah,
to be
I know.
fair, that drawing of the Doctor doesn't have the feet.
He doesn't have feet. This guy's only got 1 foot. Yeah. Anyway, there's my plugs. Thank you very much for bearing with me, withering on and drawing. I really enjoyed this,
Yes,
and I
it's been
hope to do it
super
again
fun.
soon. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Anyway, thanks
Okay.
for tuning in, everyone who's watched the stream. It's been fun, but we're going to leave now. Goodbye.
I'm going to leave. Bye bye.